Welcome to the Eastland match of the round. Footy is officially back, and we are here at Wally Tew Reserve for round one action live between Ferntree Gully and Donvale. Thanks for joining us either live on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM or our YouTube and Facebook streams. Big afternoon ahead, the Grand Final Rematch, Division 3, first bounce at 2:20 p.m. So a lot to look forward today. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League, joined with Josh Ward and Brett Beston. Boys, it's finally here. Josh, we've heard a lot from you over the pre-season with our pre-season preview podcast. Brett Beston, this is the first time you've been able to...
even I agree with that stuff.
Well, there you go. But Besto, first time back on air for season 2024. Looking forward to it?
Looking forward to it, mate. It's been a long wait, 6 months. It's nice to have a bit of time off and obviously, recharge the batteries. But by the time you get into that sort of after Christmas period, sort of around that January, February, you're starting to get the bug again. And, it's great to be back and really nice. It's not a perfect day in terms of there's no sun or anything, but it's nice. It's overcast, not too hot, and I think we're in for a good day. Ground looks fantastic and hopefully in for a good game.
You've had a good summer, mate?
Yeah, pretty quiet. Yeah, just doing a few things around house and working, just the usual, nothing too special, but yeah.
Absolutely.
But I do miss my footy, so it is nice. I'm a bit of a hard person to live with outside of the footy season. Just ask my wife.
And Josh, you were actually at the footy last night for the Heathmont Basin game, which started off 2024. Not the best contest from the looks of the scores, a bit of a dour affair, but still good to have it back and under lights at H.E. Parker Reserve. How was it?
Yeah, it was pretty good last night at H.E. Parker Reserve, and I'll probably keep saying this for the rest of the year. It is one of the best venues for night games as well. It wasn't the highest scoring affair, and we'll talk about it a bit more later on, but it was still great to have footy back on and kicking off under the lights of H.E. Parker Reserve, and plenty of positives for Heathmont. Still a bit of work to do for the Basin.
Well, we probably do have a bit of time to actually get into that game. We've got both senior coaches joining us this afternoon in Kevin Collins and Brent Kiker, but that result last night, it was Heathmont 7-14-56 defeating the Bears 4-5-29. And from the looks of it, Josh, that first quarter was probably the big difference. They kicked 4 goals to 1, and then after that, the Basin continued to somewhat get themselves back in the game, but were never close enough to ever be really in the hunt to win it.
Yeah, it was mainly those first 10 minutes where Heathmont got the jump on the base and kicked the first 3 goals in that period. Otherwise, they evened out for the rest of the quarter, and for really the rest of the contest, it was only some brief patches where Heathmont were able to extend the margin to what it was, 27 points. But my concern for the Basin is just that midfield. Like, Aaron Johns had a pretty good contest in midfield, but they lacked any presence really against the likes of Dylan Feltham, Nathan Mullinger, McHugh, Ruck, and then going inside 50 as well, they somewhat struggled, and that was a credit to the Heathmont defence as well. And equally, the Basin's defence was still really, really strong. So, but that's one area that I reckon Jason Wade will want to put a bit of attention on, is that midfield, just because I feel like that's a bit of a weakness.
How did their forward line set up look with obviously Billy Schilling coming into the side? Did he play up forward? Same with Joel Perry, some of those names that have been big recruits over the off-season, getting that experience in. How do they look coming into a new lineup, or is it sort of that connection from midfield to forward line that probably didn't give them the best chance in the opening round?
Yeah, I think it was that connection with the midfield and forward line, because they weren't really given too many opportunities. I think Perry might have kicked 1 or 2 goals in the end, and maybe Schilling kicked the 1, but there just wasn't too many opportunities. Like, they only had the 9 scoring shots as well in the match, so it was... Yeah, just that connection. Heathmont were forcing them to go out wide whenever they went inside 50. So there's still a bit of work to do there, but they were their 2 deepest forwards, and if they're on their game, especially out of Battery Reserve, that's a very dangerous combination.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still going to be a pretty even division, I think, in Division 2, and we'll talk about Division 2 in a little bit, but we'll start with this division as well. Obviously, the big game is between Ferntree Gully and Donvale, which we'll be able to cover, the Grand Final Rematch. But there is quite a bit of interest in a few of these games. Besto, one of the games that it's hard to sort of predict how this will play out is Fair Park versus Upper Ferntree Gully. And Upper Ferntree Gully, it's been a horror run the last 2 to 3 years, and they've only managed 2 or 3 wins in that time period. But they dropped down a division. They gained some experience with the recruits they've done over the off-season. Does it put them into a better spot this year, or is it still probably too early to tell on...
Look, it's really hard to tell, obviously, without having seen them play, but logic would suggest that they've come down a division, and okay, they've got some new faces, but we don't know how good they are, with no disrespects, and so we probably need to see them play. But you'd expect certainly an improvement from last year, particularly coming down a division. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. And Josh, I sort of see it as I know it's round one, but to put a couple sides under the pump early, I reckon these two are in that boat, because Fair Park have been building, but they probably need to take that next step this year, and it's going to be hard because they lose some players like Jason Want and a couple of their more key experienced players. And then for up Ferntree Gully, got to start winning some games of football. There's some expectations this year that they will be a lot better. They're confident. Great opportunity to start off with a win on the road. That might set them up.
Yeah, I think so. They'll want to get that winning culture back. And, I think their only win last season might have come away from home against Knox in Division
Round
2.
two.
Yeah, so, I mean, they were able to, obviously they didn't win a game after that. So, but yeah, they'll want to get off on the right foot. It'll be interesting to see how they navigate Fair Park Reserve, because it's a lot different to Kings Park. It's a lot more smaller and a bit more congested. So I think they'll definitely give themselves a chance. We tipped up Ferntree Gully on the weekend forecast as well. I think we all did. So, and I'm still backing them in just because I look at the Fair Park lineup. There's a couple of key players missing. Obviously, you lose Jason Watt and James Crowell, but yeah, I'm backing the Kings in to get the job done, because I'm excited about what the experience, especially of a Russell Cowan, who's done it all in the Outer East for many years now. So I reckon they get the job done.
Really important to get early wins on the board too, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you lose a couple early, you tend to be chasing your tail, and with the expectations around Ferntree Gully, if they were to lose, worst case scenario, say they lost a couple early, well, then they'd be really down, and particularly after what happened last year. So they'll be expecting to win those early games, and they need to.
And I think when you look at Division 3 and particularly Division 2, they're quite even, and there's a lot of sides who missed finals last year who, coming into this year, have expectations of being back in the top 5. And the reality is there's going to be at least 2 or 3 sides that are going to be sitting at round 4 with a negative record and are going to be under the pump in trying to catch back up. And we saw that happen last year with a few sides. East Belwood got to a slow start and certainly struggled. A few others did. Some were able to, like a North Ringwood, were actually able to pull themselves out of it and make a top 5 appearance. But you've certainly got to be able to bank those points, as you said, Besto, in the opening weeks. Another interesting game is the Surrey Park versus Warrandyte round 1 clash out at Surrey Park Reserve, and it's a big day for Surrey Park. Obviously, the flag unfurling for not just the seniors but the 19s as well. Josh, I think you were actually there for part of the 19s game. It's a big achievement for the club to actually get 2 under-19s up and about this season as well.
And their second under-19s won as well, and that only came about, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, the second under-19s. So, but yeah, just on the senior contests, look, I think that they definitely have that expectation there of getting the job done, especially at home. And we talked about, again, on the Friday podcast as well, just that midfield might be able to run over the top of Warrandyte. They've got a couple of new players in there, and Robbie Swan, Tane Vitaka, and then you've got Jake and Lockie Summers up in that forward line. But you look at the Warrandyte lineup as well, it's a fair few players from their reserves. Obviously, you've still got Dean Lindback, who comes into the side, and Zach Carroll's still running around as well, but they've lost some considerable talent. Chris Tout going up to Doncaster East. Kieran Malone has also left as well. So it just off the top of my head. So
it's going to be tough times, I think, for Warrandyte. I don't think there's a lot of expectation outside of their own 4 walls, just because of those players mentioned that have gone. But obviously, they're going to bring some young guys through, so they may have maybe a year or 2 where they just kind of consolidate and try and build up again. But they could surprise, but I'm not expecting big things from them this year. Yeah,
they've started. Obviously, it's time passes quite quickly. A couple of years ago, they were in that prelim in Division 3 seniors, and it sort of talks to the point that when you're in the window, you've got to certainly make the most of it. And 2 sides that we're going to see this afternoon are in that window. Donvale did win last year, of course, but stay in the division. Their goal ultimately is to go up, I'm sure, to get into Division 2, and they've got a good chance this year. Ferntree Gully are certainly building with a very young list as well. Moving on to the next game, Knox versus Sylvan. Bit of a hard one to predict with Knox this season, because they are coming down the division. Similar boat up at Ferntree Gully, but everyone I seem to be talking to Besto, rates Knox very highly, very young list, and obviously a very talented coach in Steve Buckle that has had success at other clubs and has come here with a young list. It's a different experience for him, but I think for the future, it's the perfect person to have in the role.
Yeah, again, Bucks is a great bloke, and he's widely sort of tipped as a guy who can get the best out of a young list, so that'll be obviously his thing. But let's not write Sylvan off. I mean, that wonderful, because they won the granny last year, didn't they?
2 years ago.
2 years ago, it was, and that was a great day. So, you know, they're sort of on the up as well. So
played finals last year, which is a great achievement.
So look, but Knox, we'll just see how they go. They've been a funny club. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that they were in the top division before we had the restructure. But they were in the top division, and then they sort of went down, and then they'd come back up. In the recent years, they've just struggled a wee bit. So maybe now is their time to head back in an upward direction. How
do you see it, Josh? You've been pretty high on Knox over the pre-season in terms of their pickups. Braden Barlow's a big name that comes across from East Burwood. They've been able to pick up a few other players as well. But I think it's that development of the younger group that we saw in the second half of the season really start to come of age a bit. They knocked off Ringwood and then knocked off East Burwood, I think, from memory, pushed some other sides. So certainly had a bit of a turnaround. And coming into this division, I think they're in good shape.
Yeah, I think so. And the inclusions of Braden Barlow, who has experience higher up, and he's still pretty young as well. I think he's played around the 50 senior games for East Burwood the last couple of years. They've also brought back Mitch Greaves to the club after he spent a season at Altona, I believe. And you've got Gavin Pearce, who has experience at the top with Roval, and Jackson, I think it's Jackson Anderson or McDonald that comes back. So he has experience as well at the VFL and level and with Roval as well. So the development is going to go further with those players, and obviously Steve Buckle at the helm. So, and there's plenty of good talent. You know, Sam Woodward, Harrison Greaves up forward as well. It'll be an interesting combination with him and Barlow up there. So there's definitely a lot of talent. And for Sylvan, they're a bit of an unknown because I think it was 12. I might be wrong, but I think it was like a heap of club debutants today. So they've just pretty much swept the floor and come out with an entirely new lineup. Obviously, they've still got Trent Martin, Lockie Lynch. I think Justin Coventry as well has been around the last couple of years. James Charge as well, but no Matthew Lowe, and I think no Michael Folkes. So for this game, that's where I see the issue. Where do Sylvan find those goals? Whereas with Knox, you've got Greaves and Barlow in that forward line. So it's why I'm backing the Falcons in.
Harry Greaves has been fantastic for the club with certainly last season was, I think, a Team of the Year member, at least in the squad. He was by far one of their best players of the season. And then the final game in Division 3, Oakley District versus Coldstream. Interesting one, Besto. We saw a bit of a role reversal. I think we all thought Coldstream would be a finals contender last year. They really dropped off.
Yeah, they did.
A bit of an injury crisis. And then Oakley surprised a few with how well they performed to even actually get to a prelim final.
Yeah, exactly. And, they've obviously got quite a few new players at the club as well. And again, they're a side that are heading in an upward direction. So, I expect big things from them. I think they'll have a good year.
I think anytime you've got Blake Pearson running the show,
exactly.
you're always a chance every week. And certainly for Coldstream, Josh, with Jared Bayliss coming into the side as not just the coach, but the playing coach as well, makes a difference. What's happened with Powtown, just quickly, because looking at the transfer list, half of the Powtown Football Club is at Coldstream, the rest are at Sylvan, and a few others have gone elsewhere. Are they non-existent anymore?
I think they're still going around, but pretty much all their premiership players have just vanished and gone to the EFNL. There's a couple. Justin Van Unen has gone to he's gone to Kilsyth alongside. I think Sam Meadows has also joined him there. So it obviously is it's obviously great for those clubs to get those players in off the back of.
Well, they were a strong side, weren't they?
Yeah, back-to-back premierships in Division 2 in the Outer East. But Coldstream definitely got quite a few players as well. And I mean, Brooke Castry was part of that Powtown side as well, and as a former Sandford player and played a little bit with the Basin, I think maybe last year, and obviously Bayliss himself. So, I mean, maybe that'll help bring a winning culture back to Coldstream. So, I still think Oakley District, because there's plenty of talent on the list. Obviously, no Zach Bazanich, and it's going to be interesting to see where all their goals come from. But I'm still backing Oakley District at home as well, and I think they won their two or three meetings with Coldstream last year.
I think so.
Yeah, they've got the track record against them, and I think they'll get the job done.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, but there's certainly going to be some surprises come 5 p.m. today. Round one always throws a few curveballs.
It's an impossible. It's a tipster's nightmare, isn't it?
Well, that's why when we do ladder predictions and that, we're just
really hard.
We're setting ourselves up for failure. But that's it for Division 3.
More so than usual.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of things to go over as well with our match of the rounds before we jump into a couple other divisions and hear from the two coaches. We do still have our Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day, which it will be awarded to someone from Ferntree Gully or Donvale for their best on-ground performance, as well as the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. So we thank those sponsors for continuing on with these awards. But we also are introducing the MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day. Now, this will be something that runs throughout the entire season. Players eligible for the award will be 21 years or under. And having a look at both sides, there's quite a few on Ferntree Gully. We've got 5 debutants actually playing for the Gully today, and I think maybe 6 or 7 are actually under the age of 21, so they're a good chance. As well as Donvale, there's a few there, including Blaze Jordovic, which we'll ask Kevin Collins when he's in a family dynasty there. The Jordovics, they continue to go from strength to strength. Another one debuting today.
And he's an Oakley Chargers listed player as well, Blaze Jordovic, so that's not a bad player to have coming into the lineup.
I think there's another one in the juniors as well coming eventually.
There's a lot of...
There's 4, is there? I'm getting told. So it's a very talented family, the Jordovics. But so we do thank MEGT Australia for their involvement this year. Each player will be given a $50 Bunnings gift card for the winner each week, which is handy. I've just moved out recently, and we get a Bunnings every weekend almost. They will come in handy. So thank you there for MEGT Australia. We'll certainly be looking throughout the day at who's impressing us in that standard. But let's jump back into Division 2 now. Obviously, yesterday's game between Heathmont and the Base, and we spoke about with Heathmont getting the job done. Another thing is we have just moved to Play HQ, so that score's not in the system as well. There's probably going to be a bit of a teething process in the first couple of weeks. So if you are looking at the website and not seeing the scores come through, that might be part of the reason that we have moved into Play HQ, and it's certainly going to take a bit more time than usual to for every club to get settled in. But we'll do our best across the afternoon to try and update on the scores around the grounds. Let's talk about some of these games today. I think one of the most fascinating ones is the East Burwood versus Croydon game. And Croydon, obviously, who bring across Rhett Jordan's the now playing senior coach, and he's been able to bring some talented names across to the side. And they play an East Burwood team who is certainly going to be raring to go this year. From who we've spoken to from an East Burwood's perspective, they're pretty keen on the way they're going to perform. With the guys they brought in, obviously a new coach as well. There's a lot of pressure on a couple of these sides that certainly it's really, really hard to see him not playing finals, someone like a Croydon, but there's 7 or 8 sides that are really going for that top 5 position.
They want to get on the right foot with how even the division is, and I was speaking with Matt Clark the other day, and he mentioned in the InFocus article as well that just came out for Baronia that it's all going to come down to depth and teams having the right mentality at the right time, and that's I think Croydon will want to have that right mentality, especially to start the season, because that's where that's what let them down and it got them into the relegation zone. Their start to the season where they just, I think they only won once, and that was against Lilydale to start the season. The second half of the year they came good, but it was just too little too late. So it's a good test first up against a pretty talented East Burwood lineup who have brought players across from Baldwin, from Yarrawonga as well, in the Ovens and Murray League, and that's a pretty reasonably strong league as well. So I definitely give them a chance, and it's probably the closest out of all the Division 2 games that'll take place this weekend, because both sides have their scoring options, but I feel like they're a bit more a bit more defensive. So, and that's where Croydon might get the job done. I'm still backing them in.
Best say your thoughts. Obviously, Croydon, both sides actually pretty different on paper. And,
Yeah,
and
from
Red
last year,
Jordan's
yeah.
such a fantastic player to come into that role as senior coach with his experience at Norwood and
Yep.
and previously as a Croydon junior. Probably the big thing or big criticism over the last year of Croydon has been their scoring. They only scored over 100 once last year and similar result the year before. But new coach, new game plan, new game style, I would expect that to change pretty drastically.
You'd think so, but yeah, by the same token, of course, if you can get your defence sorted and you're not scoring a lot, as long as you're not conceding a lot, you can win those close, low-scoring games. But yeah, obviously, as you say, new coach, new philosophy, and hopefully they can find some more avenues to goal, which they certainly will take them and set them in good steads.
It certainly will. Mulgrave Waverley Blues is also a pretty interesting game out at Mulgrave Reserve as well. Besto, similar boat to Fair Park and Upper Ferntree Gully, because both would have finals aspirations after making finals last year. But again, it's going to be such a tight squeeze to get into those final 5 positions. So
no Tom Langford this year. He's moved on from Waverley Blues, which is a big.
Well, I believe he's at Croydon VFL now, I think, Tom, and obviously he's had a successful stint at the club with the premiership in 2022, getting them up to Division 2, and it's easy to forget they actually finished second on the ladder last season. It was just their final series where it all seemed to fall apart, and there were 2 really big losses to both Templestowe, which we were at that game, and then Heathmont the following week, where it was, I think, 58-0 at quarter time, or something along the lines of that. So besides that, they had a really strong year. We know how strong they are up forward. No, I think they've pretty much been able to keep retain the list. Josh Williamson's so key up forward. He's been leading goal kicker 2 years in a row.
I still think, as you say, they've been able to keep most of their list. Just be interesting to see what sort of game style that. But yeah, I like Waverley Blues. I think they'll be there when the whips are cracking, definitely, and I think they'll win today.
The only other one as well, Kyle Vickers has joined from Doncaster, of course, but VFL listed. I'm not sure how many games they'll get out of him. I think he played 5 or 6 with Doncaster last year. Josh, I don't know if you've got the team list up if he's playing this week.
He's not playing.
He isn't playing. Okay, well, but when you do actually get him into the lineup, that's a huge bonus, especially that forward line. I mean, he was so dangerous at Premier Division level. I think he can, win some games off his own boot in Division 2.
He definitely can. It's exciting when you've got. I would say Omar Mohammed, but he played pretty much more in the midfield last year. But when you've got Carl Vickers and Josh Williamson and Ton Steele, you could argue, in that forward line as well, it is definitely a scary proposition for opposition defences when they've got those players available. But again, I don't think Vickers will be playing too much. Obviously, the VFL has a bye this week, so I'm not too sure if that's an indicator of if he'll pretty much focus on the VFL, which you can understand. He only recently came into the state league level, I think, last year, or in the middle of last year as well. So I'm hoping that. Hopefully for Waverley Blues, I'm sure they're hoping to get him as available as possible. But for today, I think they get the job done. It won't come down to their line. I think it'll be just their defence. I feel like Mulgrave's defence was a bit of a weakness last year. Waverley Blues, it was sort of a weakness, but still just a little bit stronger than Mulgrave's. But with these conditions at hand as well, it could potentially be a bit more of a defensive game, but it wouldn't surprise me if we get scores rolling in, and it's a pretty high scoring game.
Yeah, and they had the wood over Mulgrave last year with 2 big wins, and they scored big in those games both times. Obviously, with Scott Savage coming into it might be a little bit different, but we're actually just joined now by the Donvale coach, Kevin Collins. Kevin, thanks for coming in this afternoon. It's a big game today with what is certainly 2 contenders for the flag this year, and obviously them well, played them 5 times last year, so I'm sure you're looking forward to it.
It's good to get another pre-season out of the way and season on, and we're up here at Ferntree Gully. Ground's in really good nick, a little bit of wind, and we're really looking forward to the contest, new season. They've got a lot of new players that are highly regarded, so it'll be interesting. It's just good to get on the pitch again.
Absolutely, and obviously one of the big names that we've just seen is Blaise Jordovic in for his debut this week. Obviously, it's a bit of a family dynasty with father Mark and his brother Caleb still playing this afternoon. How excited is that for the family and for the club as well?
Oh, it's fantastic for the family and the club. The Jordovic name is just synonymous. Geordie's out there umpiring, and he's coached all our juniors, been president of the club, and then to have Caleb play the way that he did last year, especially in the finals, was just outstanding. And then Blaise is playing his first game today. He's at Oakley Chargers, and he wasn't playing, so he had a really good game in our practice game, and so he's going to be playing with us today. So Blaze is just a good quality kid. He's captain of Whitefriars senior team, and he's good quality.
How's your pre-season gone, Kev? Has it been a good pre-season? You've sort of you've trained and gotten through and done everything that you needed to. You feel like you're prepped properly?
Yeah, I think we're really well prepared. We're lucky we've got a really good relationship with our cricket club, which has allowed us to have a really good surface to train on and full ground and stuff. And so we've been able to do some simulation stuff as far back as January.
Wow.
And so it's been good. So yeah, we're pretty comfortable with how we are. But again, we have to be tested in match conditions, our practice games.
Any standouts from in terms of the training? For like, anyone sort of stood out for you in the pre-season?
Who has stood out? Yeah, probably. I'd probably say just Caleb Jordovic, who we were just talking about. He's been outstanding. I think most of them. Ethan Duncan is come back really strong, Mahela, they've all come back in really good nick, and I think it's sort of a maturity thing where they're really conscious of health now, and so they've come back for footy, but also they're in really good nick. No one's behind the 8 ball, so it's been good.
Would you say you're in a better or a similar position to when you were entering 2023, heading into this season, Kev?
Well, we've lost a couple of players. One, Jez Grocott, who's retired, and Mitch Brewer, who's gone back to Tassie. So we've basically still got the same list, and we've lost a couple other players through who didn't play in the development team, so they've gone on to other clubs. So in terms of personnel, we're relatively the same. Probably just that year older. We understand that we're going to be the hunted now, and so that's another challenge that we have to identify and live up to.
But it must give great opportunities the likes of, which is unfortunate, Goricott and Brow obviously departing, but it must be great to give players like Michael Whitburn, Ben Lyle, all those types of all those players a bit more of an opportunity to start the season in the senior lineup. Yeah,
well, that's right. They've done everything right. Mika Whitburn's been probably in the top 5 or 6 in our time trials, and he's very, very fit, and he's worked really hard. Benny Lyle's a B&F winner of the club, and it's good to have him out there and firing. So hopefully they inject some new enthusiasm and a bit of energy around the contest, and we're looking for a really good season for both of them.
What about a guy like, I know he played a few games, I believe, early last year. I don't really recall. Cade Fidolani, tell us a bit about him.
Yeah, okay. Cade's background is basketball.
Yep.
So he's a ruckman. He's got a big aerobic tank, and he's our second ruckman alongside with Hagee, and he'll also go forward and take some valuable marks. He probably played, I'm not sure, probably 10 games in the seniors last year, but he's an extremely good clubman, and he's a very competent player who moves around and really gives you a good contest.
What about some of the old boys? How have they pulled up from pre-season?
Oh, well.
Because you got one or two the likes of
Nick Murphy.
Nick
Murphy is fitter now than what he was when he kicked 6 goals in the TAC Grand Final in the under-9 years. And he's found it. He's out there with his wife, and they're running, and they're doing all this. And he ran a marathon a year or two ago. So Nick Murphy is as fit as what I've ever seen him. Zach Haig is super fit. He just brings this workman-like blue-collar thing, so he's really fit. I'm trying to think who are the other really old ones.
Rouser, obviously.
No, he's not that old.
Rouser's not old, he just looks old.
He seems like he's been around for
25.
ages, yeah, he seems like he has.
We do have to apologise because in the grand final, I think we're calling him a veteran pretty much the entire time. But an absolute gun, and we've talked about him in the pre-season that his leadership on and off the field has just been fantastic for the club.
Unbelievable. He's come back really fit, and his leadership has been outstanding. Harrison Giles has come back bigger and stronger. They've all seem to have found their niche in terms of aerobic fitness, and so now we've just got to get it into the game, and it's good. It's good.
I'll ask about Harry Giles as well, because he loves the celebration. Has he added any more celebrations to his repertoire?
I think if he kicks a couple of goals, and I hope he does, we might get the motorbike out. Harry certainly likes to celebrate the goals. And so he's been really good. We've got Cole Wignall. He's had a great pre-season and has worked really hard. David Holland is one of the older ones, and again, he's another one who now has thrown his hat in the ring for running marathons. So they're all doing this stuff outside of footy. They've got into the triathlons, and it's a really healthy environment.
And just on your opposition, obviously 5 times you played them last year, so you're very familiar, and some great contests in those 5 games. They are a little bit different as well. I think they've got 5 players that are debuting today, and a new ruckman rather than Danny from last year. Is there much you can sort of take from the times you met him last year that you know you've got to certainly look out for today, or is it pretty much a new game with a very different side?
No. They're really strong on the inside-outside balance, and they want to switch the ball all the time. They want to get uncontested marks and move the ball really quickly. So we know that we have to really cover the outlets to make them kick eye shape up and down the ground, but it's not that easy on this ground because it's in really good nick and it's a big surface. So we just have to make sure that we contain their spread and then beat them at the contested ball, and then give our forwards plenty of use.
Kevin, it's been a pleasure to have you on, and appreciate your time as always. We're looking forward to seeing how Donvale go today and this year, as well as the reigning premiers.
Thanks, boys. Great to be back. Great to have you back.
Absolutely. Thank you there. Kevin Collins, the senior coach of the Donvale Football Club. A fantastic job he's done with the premiership side, and they've come from a grand final in 2022 as well. So they were certainly building into 2023, and I think we all thought they were a good chance, but I think they surprised us by just how dominant they were last year, and Ferntree Gully gave them a good run in a few of those games, but their scoring power was incredible. Yeah,
it really was, led by Nick Murphy in that forward line, Ethan Duncan as well, and he missed a few games. I think he kicked 30 goals for the season in the end. Matt Day, who isn't listed, which is a bit of a loss for them, but they've still definitely got the firepower forward, Besto.
Absolutely, yeah. They've got 15 from last year's grand final playing today, so they've got the nucleus of that grand final side. And there's really no reason to suspect that they're going to go backwards. I think they'll only get better. A couple of new players have come in, and I think they'll be the side to beat in this division without any shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, and we'll keep talking about it, but one of those better players coming in as well, Blaise Jordovic. I'm really excited to see how he goes, because I think he's played 4 Oakley Chargers games as well. In his 9 under-19s games last year, he kicked 17 goals. So I'm hoping he has similar attributes or not hoping, but I wonder if he does have similar attributes to his brother Caleb, because we all saw how clutch Caleb is.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and then when we're back, we're going to have Brent Kiker, the senior coach of the Ferntree Gully Football Club, on.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
The round between Ferntree Gully and Donvale out here at Wally Tew Reserve. It is round one, exciting time, and we are joined here by Brent Kiker, the senior coach of the Ferntree Gully Football Club. Fantastic to have the first game at home, a good crowd, and against a quality opponent.
Oh, absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you guys down in round one. And yeah, to be playing Donvale, it's a bit unusual. You don't normally play Grand Final Rematch. I think it's good by the league to make this the round one clash. And it's great. It's the weather's, I think, is holding off, and it's a good crowd. So looking forward to it.
That was a strong start today with the under-19s getting the first win on the board. Won quite comfortably in the end. I think it was a strong third quarter that certainly extended that lead. Did you see much of the game, and how exciting is it to be able to have your future of the club playing well against another good opponent as well?
Yeah, I did see a lot of the game, and we've got two sides now. Our second side joined with South Croydon, so that's been and they came back over there as well. Yep. So as far as the one side, it was really pleasing to see the brand of footy. Michael Reid has taken over the reins outright now, and you always want to play the same brand of footy right through 19s reserves and seniors, and definitely saw that this morning. There's 5 or 6 kids out there that will be pushing for senior selection.
And one of those 19s kids from last year, Ty Christensen, I think it's his senior debut.
It is his senior debut.
So
yes.
What can you tell about him? And it's great that you're giving him a chance to start the season in the seniors.
It is, and he's look, we identified him last year and had a good meeting with him pre-season. And he promised me that he was going to do all the work, which he's been super. And, he's earned the spot himself. And through that half back, you'll see he's very much like Brody Harrison. He reminds me a lot of Brody Harrison, who won our BNF last year. So, he's really good on the ground. He's got good run.
You've got about 10, I think, from the grand final last year. So roughly half the side has changed. And you've lost some players. I mean, you've got Daniel Deso's gone. I think Gray's gone. So tell us about some of the player movement and some of the new players that have come in.
Yeah, it is. And I identified that there was 10 different as well. So, which is great because, the last thing you want to do is roll in. Donvale had our measure, especially late last year. And you don't want to roll in with the same 22 because you're looking for improvements. So there's a little bit of that's just been natural attrition. You'll find Danny Diessier might be coming out of retirement for the 8th time. So
we're watching him. A couple of rumors.
So keep an eye on that one. But look, so the guys coming in that are in the side today, and there's another 3 or 4 out in the reserves too. But we've got Cal Polar, which has come over from Cranbourne. He's been super. He'll be starting mid. Really good ball user, which we identified. We had a lot of the footy, especially in that grand final, but just didn't capitalise. Our skills probably weren't up to scratch, so he's going to be electric in there. So he's a real find for us. We've got Tom Olsen too, so he's only 19. He's come from Cranbourne as well. He'll be half forward wing. We've got Shane. Shagger, as he nicknamed himself. He's the only guy that gives himself his own nickname. But he's been super. He's really quick. He's fit. And what we identified pre-season or in reflection was we became a bit dour last year, especially off half-back. So we wanted to get a bit more run in the side, transition-wise, and just a bit more speed on ball, which we've done that, I think, with the players we've brought in. And
could that be with the likes of Brody Harrison and Jordan Church as well, who are both pretty quick players in their own right?
Absolutely. Churchy's, he had a really good final series, as you agree. And another one is Jordan Patterson on the wing as well. He had a really good final series. So what we've got too is we've got 11 guys under 20, 22 or under still. So as much as the talk was Danny and Kieran Grays and these sort of guys, is we've put a lot of time into guys over the last 4 years, and it's really paying dividends now.
Has there been much talk? I mean, this question always gets asked. It's a bit of an obvious one, but the grand final last year
Yep.
didn't quite go to plan. You're playing the same side. Have you referenced the grand final, or did you just sort of talk about it, put it to bed and move on?
It's interesting. No, I haven't spoken about it much at all. I think it's one of those ones, I don't think you have to mention it too much. I think it still sits with the players. It's, you can verbalise it as much as you want, but at the end of the day, it's the guys running out there that, want to make amends.
It's good for the media beat up, though.
It is good for the beat up. Yeah, no, I've been into them all week about the grand final. It's not a great deal. Look, they're the benchmark, and that's why we're really excited to be playing Donvale today, first round, because we'll know exactly where we're at right away. So there's no false economy today, that's for sure.
Is that where you're going to get them with the run? They're quite tall. It's down both ends, and you're probably a little bit shorter.
Yeah, look, we're a little bit under pressure, especially today. We did lose Luke Sproles and Lockie Young during the week, which is centre-half back and full-back. So it's going to put a bit of pressure on. But we've got another guy playing his first senior game for the club, in Shep. His name Shep. So. So we're looking forward to him at centre-half back. And just the other one, the new addition is another ruckman, Hayden.
Yep.
So he'll be starting ruck, and it enables us to play righty forward as a rotation. So, look, we think we can be, we think our leg speed's going to be key. It has been in the pre-season, so.
And one player that missed out on the grand final as well, missed out for the second half of the season, and back, Lockie Kennedy, which must be pretty good to have him back.
Oh, look, it's massive. And to be fair, look, he was never coming back. We knew, like, at the start when we did sign him last year, we knew he was going away. So it was sort of, don't worry, we were a little bit desperate late. We're trying to lure him back with all these things. But, he's been super. I think you're going to see a really good season from Lockie. I think he's one of the stars of the competition. I think you'll see that today.
Have you set yourself any goals in terms of where you like to finish? I mean, obviously the key is to win. You want to win the flag, but what are your expectations going into this season?
Expectations is that we want to keep improving, obviously, and as I touched on before with the young guys, they're playing that. Most of them played that 50 or 60 games now. So just that natural improvement. They're a bit bigger in the body. So as far as, look, we expect to be playing finals. And, we want to have a really good crack at it this year. There's no doubt about that. Look, I know we say it every year, and we had the conversation earlier, is it's
very
a tough competition, I really like the way Surrey Park have gone about it over the last couple of years. I like the way they play. They're young, and Knox are in the same boat. Upper Gully, if you ask them, they're going really well. So I think that'll be a good match-up at some stage. So, and then the Oakleys and all the other sides. So, so expectations are that we've got to be on every week. You really do. There's no doubt about that.
And before we let you go, did you give Blake Tennant the permission to have Friday off to go off to Adelaide, or did he do that on his own?
Well, it's interesting because he had Thursday off as well.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so I don't know what happened there.
Did he get a medical certificate?
No, well, as soon as he builds his leave up, he checks it in straight away. So he did message me yesterday saying that he's a bit worried about you guys, how you're going to handle the day without him, and whether you're going to be professional enough. So I hope you can fill in for him.
He's number one quality.
We'll struggle through.
You'll just get by, I think.
Brent Kiker, thanks for coming on. We appreciate your time. We've enjoyed watching Ferntree Gully play, and we're looking forward to how you go today as well as the season ahead.
Perfect. Thanks here, and you do a great job, guys. Well done.
Much appreciated.
Thanks,
You just listened to the senior coach of the Ferntree Gully Football Club, Brent Kiker, who's done a great job with a young list who looking quite exciting coming into another season. And as we said, it's a very tight division. There's going to be a lot of sides who missed out on finals last year looking to jump into it. The other big difference in Division 3, it is now a Final 5, which is a big difference from last year's top 4. So it is important now to finish in that top 3, so it gives that little bit more leniency to an extra side getting a double chance too.
And I'm sure that's what Ferntree Gully is targeting, and they definitely are capable of doing that, or even finishing in second as well. There is plenty of talent in that list, and they've added to it with a couple of players coming across from Cranbourne, which is a pretty strong side and has been for the past couple of seasons in the Southern League or the Outer East, and then bringing a guy like Lachlan Kennedy back into the lineup,
It's huge, isn't he?
15 goals in his only 7 games last year, and might have been in the best 5 times. He is a massive inclusion.
Well, on that, the one game that they did play here earlier in the season where Kennedy was available, he took the PI 5. Like, he was dominant in the midfield, added to the scoreline as well. That's a huge get for the club that missed out in obviously not having him there on Grand Final day.
And could he be the one to replace Luke McComb? Because obviously he's left.
I think so. I think that's
yeah.
And obviously it would be handy to have both of them. But even though I think Luke had a bit of a hamstring or a shoulder issue that kept him out of part of the season at the end of the year anyway, before getting into the final series. But Ferntree Gully really excites me as a club. And watching a bit of that 19s games, it shows there's a building future from that pathway from the juniors to the seniors, and a lot, as he said, a lot of the guys on the list at the moment are in that real young age of under 22, which is even more impressive that they made a grand final last year with what was a overall young list. And there's a lot of talent that's certainly going to be a big push for Ferntree Gully in the next few years.
Yeah, and they've definitely got the junior base as well. We always keep talking about how strong the junior club is. It's produced the likes of Nick Hallow and Jackson Hallow as well, who have moved on to Mitcham, Alex Barton-Smith as well. There's just so many.
Go through half of Mitcham's
Yeah, pretty much. And
and
there's other clubs as well that are snared Ferntree Gully juniors. So, and they'll definitely be able to build on that. But it's great to see for their future. That their 19s will hold them in good stead, and the fact that they've got a young senior lineup, Besto.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
Let's move on to Division 2 again. Some of the games, I think we were about to touch on the Littledale-Boronia game that we sort of skimmed through yesterday, because I think it's hard because another side coming into a new division, it's not always easy to judge how they're going to perform. But I think with the way Boronia was last year, they would have been a final side in Division 1 with the way they're playing, the group that they've got. They're pretty much at full strength today from the looks of it. And they're playing a Lilydale side who struggle to score. They're very young. I don't know if they've made overly amount of, too many changes coming into this year. I think they might struggle against what is the benchmark of Division 2.
Yeah, I think they will. It'll be interesting to see how the Boronia players adapt to the uniqueness of the Lilydale Sports Oval, because I think when I spoke with Matt Clark on Thursday, he mentioned that there'd only been maybe 1 or 2, or not even that had played out at Lilydale Sports Oval. So it's definitely something a bit different for them. I still think they get the job done. There's just too much firepower in that forward line.
100%, and also in their midfield as well.
Yeah.
We have like some Begley and those guys. So and Mitch Mellis, they really have built a really strong side, and I think they're going to be good for quite a few years to come, and I think once again they'll be the side to beat this year, Boronia.
And Liam Whelan on debut as well to that forward line, which is a pretty handy inclusion.
Big inclusion there, and Damon Fairchild's 100th game, the winner of last year's Best on Ground medal in the Grand Final, played his role perfectly. Moving on, we talked about Mulgrave Waverley Blues. Templestowe Ringwood's the other game in Division 2 this afternoon. Interesting one with Ringwood bringing some players back in, Tim Jones, Harry George, Jaden Cairns. There's some familiar names that were part of that really successful Ringwood side. There's a lot of young players still on the list, and they're going to travel to Templestowe, where the Dockers are very hard to beat at home.
They are, but I still like Ringwood, and particularly with the players they brought back. I mean, they've been there or thereabouts for a number of seasons, haven't they? And they're always up there. Templestowe, a bit hot and cold. Lost a couple, so I think Ringwood for me, definitely.
I think Templestowe, because their lineup, they've got Bailey Griffiths playing, and he's a former Samford Ruckman coming across from Wodonga. There's a couple of others as well. Yanni Kazakis making his debut. Andrew Fasanello, a former Blackburn and Bullen player. So, and you add that to the likes of Michael Fogarty, Bo Mitchin, Carl Giovannini as well. It's definitely a tough proposition for Ringwood, whose inclusions are pretty handy, especially George and Cairns, but there's still just a few too many young players, and I think that's where Templestowe gets them.
It'll certainly be interesting. Before we do go to an ad break in a few minutes, let's talk about Division 1. Let's start with a big one. I think Mitcham versus South Belgrave. It's the 5 o'clock twilight game, so if you're at a ground and you want to go and see more footy tonight, head off to Walker Park for a big grand final rematch as well. Besto, we saw last year, and both of you guys were actually calling that game where obviously South Belgrave came in as the undefeated, unbeatable side, and Mitcham rolled them by 5 points, and it was a really well-coached game by Neil Winston. And how do you see it coming back next year? Both sides are reasonably similar. South Belgrave have picked up again. Mitcham are pretty similar. They've been able to pull a couple of players in Nat Barnes from Blackburn, Flynn Maguire from Vermont, Conlon from Doncaster. So they're a little bit different, but it's probably set for two sides that are going to be right there at the end of the season and potentially another grand final.
Yeah, 100%. They'll be the two sides that will be the sides to beat. Mitcham, they play Walker Park really well. Hard to beat out there. Really hard one to call. I mean, as I say, it's the first game of the season, so we don't have really any recent form to go on. But I think Mitcham might get home in this one in a time limit.
Taylor Garner out. So
yeah,
when we looked at the teams yesterday in the podcast, we didn't have South Belgrave's line up there. Didn't get the amount of VFL players in that I thought they might. Taylor Garner not there, Ryan Silver. So they have lost a couple. And obviously Mitcham, as we spoke about, Nick and Jackson Haler are out. They've missed a couple others. I think Josh May and Zach Elms off the top of my head in their back line. So it's going to be a little bit different. It's not the sides that... neither side, I don't think, are at full strength, but a lot of quality players on the park.
There definitely is, and I'm excited about one of Mitcham's recruits that you mentioned, Ryan, Nat Barnes. He played 15 senior games last year, and I think might have
Blackburn.
been Blackburn, and might have even been best on ground in their under-19s premiership in 2022 as well, or played a key role in that game. So he's an exciting proposition, and you add him to a pretty stacked midfield, or a pretty strong midfield with Jesse Cherry, Guy Lachlan, who can obviously run through there as well, and then you've got the forward duo of Jake Parenti and Bailey Cowman. I did tip South Belgrave yesterday, but just looking at their line,
I think you tipped Mitcham.
I think I tipped South Belgrave.
Okay.
I think I did tip South Belgrave, but I'm going to change to Mitcham just because I only tipped them because I only tipped them because I assumed they'd get a lot of their VFL players because the VFL have a bye this weekend. But
he'll also change his tip at 7 o'clock when he checks the final score.
Josh thinks he's indecisive, but he can't make up his mind.
But I think you're right. It's certainly going to be an interesting game, and I think. My tip for the flag this year was Mitcham.
Yeah.
But then again, I think South Belgrave will probably be the more dominant side during the home and away season again. I just think Mitcham, when it comes to finals footy in the last few years, they always seem to be hitting their straps at the right time. Their brand is a good finals football brand. We'll see how centric they are without Tim Smith. South Belgrave, obviously, with Smith and Garner in recent years, and certainly last year in that grand final, I think they kicked 7 of their 8 goals. Or think about that. They kicked 7 and combined 7 of their 8 goals, and a lot of the time, almost every forward 50 entry, Mitcham were picking it off and getting that attack off the half back line.
And that's what I'm sure they'll look to try to do again: limit those options and force them to go to Tim Smith. Obviously, they still have plenty of scoring options as well. Like their midfielders can get on the score sheet, but it'll be interesting to see if they can do something similar today.
The other games happening, Bayswater and North Ringwood. A quick tip on this one, boys. Out at Bayswater Oval, a couple of sides who were improving last season. North Ringwood actually played in the finals. Again, I think they're going to be around that sort of 5th to 7th mark. What are we expecting?
I'm going North Ringwood because one player that stands out to me in their lineup, Tom Wilson, 157 games of VFL experience, and they bring him into the lineup, and that's a really good inclusion into their midfield.
Yeah, North Ringwood for me as well on this one, I think.
And then looking at Beaconsfield, Wanturna South. Beaconsfield again have been able to recruit really well over the off-season. Wanturna South, a new coach in Jason Heffernan, a very familiar face around Wanturna South as a former premiership captain of the club. Their list, I think they've picked up a couple. Sam Pascuzzi from Noble Park and Quinn Clark as well from Warrandyte. But other than that, they're pretty similar list to last year. For me, Beaconsfield at home, I think they're going to be the side that can really challenge your South Belgraves and Mitchams this year.
And unlike South Belgrave, they've got pretty much all their VFL listed players playing. You know, Matt Johnson.
So Matt Johnson is playing.
Matt Johnson, Mitch Spowski, and Kobe Shipp as well is on VFL list, and then you add that to Nathan Wright and a couple of the others as well. Lachlan Medika as well, who was former VFL player. So I think they get the job done comfortably.
Yeah, plenty of upside to Beaconsfield this year, playing at home as well. So I think they'll get off on the right foot and get a good win today.
Tough ground to win at, coming from an opposition team. They're very hard to beat at home, as a few of these sides are. Park Orchards also host Mooroolbark today. Interesting one again. Park Orchards coming down a division. New coach in Paris Harvey, who has been a former coach with other sides as well, so he's well familiar in the league. Mooroolbark, Brett Lavers continues again with a group that's actually been able to consolidate from last year after huge turnover on the list the year prior. So that's been a big positive for them. But for me, I'm leaning towards Park Orchards at home. I think there's still a lot of quality players who obviously played in Premier Division last year that I think can really make an impact at this level. And
I think they have more scoring options than Mooroolbark as well. That's why I'm slightly leaning more towards Park Orchards to get the job done. And it's a tricky task to head out to Dominique Reserve and win Besto.
That's right. Yeah, Park Orchards for me. I think they'll get the job done today.
And then Montrose versus Doncaster is the other game. For me, actually looking at Doncaster's lineup, it wasn't as dramatic as I thought it was with some of the players that were coming out, and everyone sort of was asking me all off-season, are they in trouble? Are they even going to field a side? They've got some good names still on the park for them, but they travel to Montrose, who are certainly, again, going to be a contender. Gary Ayres' side, they've picked up again. They haven't really lost anyone from the top of my head. I think Montrose at home should win quite comfortably.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, me too. I think it'll be quite a comfortable win, maybe 5-6 goals, something like that.
Absolutely. And that is it for Division 1. I think we'll go to an ad break now, and when we're back, we'll bring in the call team for the Division 3 Grand Final Rematch. It's Round 1 footy. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. Welcome to Ferntree Gully Reserve for the big one this afternoon. Footy is officially back, and we're very excited to be out here to bring you this one, the big rematch from the Grand Final of last year between Ferntree Gully and Donvale. My name's Brett Beston. I'll be calling the game this afternoon alongside my co-commentator, Jared Beelan. Jared, welcome to you. You must be excited to be back in the caller's chair again. Looking forward to footy again.
Absolutely. G'day, Brett, and to all the listeners out there. I'm very excited for this game. Grand Final Rematch, of course. Ferntree Gully, a year older, a year wiser. Hopefully they can...
Aren't we all?
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Hopefully they can make a bit of a better fist of it than they did in the Grand Final last year. We'll see.
Indeed. Special comments this afternoon will be Josh Ward and Ryan Long, our media manager. And Ryan, I think, will be keeping an eye on the scores as well. Afternoon, boys, what are you expecting?
Absolutely. It's a big afternoon with round one for Division 1 to 4 games. We have got player queue-ups, as we said in the pre-game. There might be a couple of bit of teething issues as we get through the first couple of rounds in getting scores up and about. So we'll do our best to sort of keep you updated. But fantastic to be out here. Wally Tew Reserve. We get looked after very well up here. It's a great spot to call from for you two. The ground's in good shape. It's a big ground. I like coming out here. Looking forward to a good contest too between two very quality sides. So I think we're in for a good afternoon, boys.
Got Paul Uconi down the end, and Paul does a fantastic job. He's been sharpening his pencil. Stats this year, mate. Welcome back. Looking forward to a big season.
Thanks, Besto, and it's great to be back at the footy, and it should be, hopefully it'll be a good game today.
Couple of likely lads down on the boundary too. Let's hope the rain stays away from their perspective. We've got a newbie. And should we call him an oldie? Well, certainly. He's given me a filthy look. Ben Warren-Smith, mate, it is great to have you back. Welcome back to the team. And alongside him this afternoon, making his debut on the boundary, it's great to have Blake Martin with us.
Hi guys, very excited to be here. Very keen for round one. I reckon Gully are going to get one over on them. Grand Final Rematch, really excited. BWS, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'll tell you what, Blake, it's been a long time since I've been back on the team and on the ground as well, and good to see you haven't lost your spark there, Besto. But look, this is a great play down here at the moment. The breeze is going right across the ground, so I think the ball's going to come across towards the commentary side for most of the day. It's pushing right across. Look, it's going to be a grudge match, let's face it. It's a Grand Final Rematch. You don't get these too often. I think it plays in the Gully's favour that it's at their home deck today, because it's going to take a lot of stopping over the Donvale side, who we know are pretty much unchanged from that Grand Final victory last year, and they come in pretty strong. So let's hope that the Gully can get off to a good start. Let's hope it's a good game, and let's hope the weather stays out while we're down here too, boys.
Is it raining down there at all?
There's been a few speckles here and there, but no, she's all right at the moment.
Bit of drizzle.
I think the rain is forecast to come in later in the afternoon, so hopefully we usually get it, don't we, in the last quarter. It's kind of a tradition when we.
Well, that's when you'll go down to the boundary. At that point in time.
Actually, the window was open before, and I got a couple of spits. But that's all it is. It's not significant. I think we'll get through. Looking overhead, not that I'm a meteorologist, but I think it'll be fine.
I'm very happy to hear that the wind was blowing across towards us. Helps us out if the players down here.
Well, it's a nice change. Every time we go to a Tormore Reserve, it's 99% of the time it's on that far wing and it's hard to call. So I think you guys will be in a good position here. But great to see the 19s as well for Ferntree Gully get up. That's a fantastic sign for their future with the youth that's coming through. And they've also got a 19s mixed side with South Croydon. They've been able to merge and make a second side as well. So plenty of players coming into this list. And you look at the lineup at the moment, the senior team, there's 7 players who are 21 or younger, and then there's probably another 3 or 4 that are 22 or younger. So it's a very young lineup, but a lot of those players played the Grand Final last year still. So that probably tells you that, they're set up for the future very well.
Yeah, there's a lot of upside to them, isn't there? I mean, they got beaten well and truly in the Grand Final last year. But as you say, there's a number of those players. There's 10 from the Grand Final last year. Brent sport and some newbies as well. So I think the club's in really good stead. I mean, they'll just continue to develop from last year. The new guys that have come in will add a bit to them. And although they've lost a bit of experience with the likes of Gray and Combe and what's his name?
DSO.
Yeah, DSO.
Oh, well, it's the one.
And Brett Cocker did say in the pre-game, Josh, that don't count it out a return this
Yeah,
year. And
oh,
he's
yeah.
retired before and he's come back.
Yeah.
He's
What did he
out
say?
here. We
He's
saw him out
retired
there.
8 times or something.
He's going to pull a Paolini.
Well, it has
He
been
could.
training the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you did mention that. So, and what an inclusion that would be. You know, with it'll be interesting to see how. I'm not too sure how to pronounce this name, so sorry in advance. Hayden Veslus Tyler.
Veslees, apparently.
Veslees. So, and Braden Wright as well, obviously, in ruck. It'll be interesting to see how they replace it and go up against Zach Hayden, Cade Fidolani as well in ruck.
Well, having Hayden come in, that certainly gives Braden Wright an opportunity up forward. And we saw what they tried to do in that grand final last year with Danny certainly playing 90% of the time in the ruck, and he had over 30 touches and was really dominant in the midfield. And then Braden was able to play more forward, actually kicked a goal in that grand final and looked threatening at times. So a big opportunity for him. I think he probably plays his best footy as a forward. And watching him from a younger age, he was certainly more of the ruck of most sides. So coming into this lineup as a forward certainly gives him a good opportunity, and they do need it because they don't have a whole lot of height at the moment, Jared, compared to Donvale, who at both ends of the ground. You look at guys like Nick Murphy, who's been around a long time. Zach Haig, when he pushes forward, is quite tall. Nathan Mill down back. They've got a lot of those real key position players that I think will, for their sake, be real hard to stop.
And we can't forget Ethan Duncan. He's
as
not
well.
particularly tall, but he can play tall. He's got a very good set of hands. He's very good at his overhead marking and a huge danger.
Yeah, he flies under the radar a bit, doesn't he? Because you know, we all focus on Murphy and co, but 32 goals last year.
Yeah.
And he really is a very fine player. So
they missed a lot of games too.
Yeah, 32 goals from 10 games. Yeah, very effort.
I'm a bit concerned though with Brent Kiker saying that Nick Murphy's, and like he's already a dangerous player, but he reckons he's superb, Nick, and he's trained superbly. So I don't know if he can get much better, but it's going to be dangerous. And whoever gets the matchup on him today is going to have a very big job.
Oh, they're going to have their work cut out because it was, I think, 55 goals last year for Nick Murphy, and it's pretty scary. Kev Collins saying that. You know, he's come back fitter and stronger, and that's what he said about most of the lineup because they've got this. They're doing stuff outside of the training track, running marathons, and getting a bit fitter. So
yeah, that's great stuff.
Yeah,
isn't it? Really putting
in
the hard yards. And then you've got a guy like someone we haven't really talked about much is Max Otten. He's become a bit of a journeyman. He's sort of jumped around from club to club, but what a great thing it is to have him back and playing well down the back. I mean, he'll give them some real solidarity, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. When he was up at Blackburn, he looked a little all at sea, perhaps in the Premier Division. He came from Templestowe, I believe, and then went to Donvale from Blackburn, and I think Division 3 he's going to be a bit of a monster.
Absolutely. We've got a couple more minutes in this reserves game where Donvale leads 7-5-47 to Ferntree Gully 5-8-38, who have made a bit of a late comeback but might fall short. Looking at one thing that we had last year, the big segment, was the Oracle. And I don't know who it is still. They've got my email address and they'll send through their picks each week. And been able to pick some interesting results here in round one. We'll go through the Oracle's guesses, I guess, tips for this weekend. Looking at what he's got here, he's got Wanturna South to beat Beaconsfield.
Let's not assume it's a he.
Oh, it could be. They have got Wanturna South to beat Beaconsfield, Mooroolbark to beat Park Orchards, Bayswater to beat North Ringwood, Montrose to beat Doncaster, and South Belgrave to beat Mitcham. I've got a few different ones there to the Oracle. Division 2 had Heathmont to beat the Basin, which was correct. So he's on the board. He's already got one. He's undefeated so far in 2024. East Burwood to beat Croydon, Boronia to beat Lilydale, Waverley Blues to beat Mulgrave, Templestowe to beat Ringwood. I think he's not too far off it on Division 2. Division 3, Fair Park to beat Upper Ferntree Gully at home, Sylvan to beat Knox, Oakley District to beat Coldstream, Warrandyte to lose to Surrey Park, and Donvale to beat Ferntree Gully here 102-80.
I feel like those are the tips that I would have had.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah, I think for the most part. And then Division 4, which we haven't quite covered yet today, but he's got Forest Hill to beat White Horse by 5 points in a close one. Scoresby to beat Nuttawading, and again, a pretty tight game. And then Churnside Park to beat Kilsyth by a point.
Ooh,
Which would be interesting. I think that game could go either way. So we'll see what they sees tally at the end of the afternoon.
We've got plenty of time, so maybe we can just jump into those Division 4 games. So who we got? Who do we like in Division 4? Who do we think's the front runner? Churnside Park, I guess, would be the.
I think it's either Churnside or Kilsyth.
Yeah, I've got Kilsyth.
Churnside have been able to recruit really well over the off season. Kilsyth obviously played in that grand final last year as the siren goes here for the reserves game between the Gully and Donvale. Donvale winning 8-6-54 to Ferntree Gully 5-8-38. Back on this game, or back on Division 4, sorry, I think those two we get a good chance at looking at them both today when they go head-to-head, but they'll play each other 3 times in the home and away season, and obviously only 7 teams in Division 4.
Yep.
You have the buys. Round 1 really means nothing for Division 4. The form lines, you would expect your top 4 to almost be, I think everyone's top 4 predictions are pretty similar. Top 2 predictions are pretty similar. I think Scoresby are really fighting for that double chance as well.
Yep.
And they've got a statement to make against Nuttawading today, see if they can put some percentage on the board early. That's going to be key when it comes to that final 2 spot. But I think Kilsyth and Churnside are your front runners for me.
Yeah, Forest still a bit of a dark horse at all. I mean, they really haven't fought over. I mean, they had that great run a few years ago when they made consecutive grand finals, but since then, it's been a bit of a downward spiral, hasn't it?
I think they're going to be playing a lot of their 19s players from that premiership last year, and it looks like they've got a couple listed in their lineup today.
Boundary.
So there's a bit of concern as we cross down boundary side to Blake Munn.
Wind's picked up a little bit down here, boys, and the ground is looking pretty dry as well, so looking like it's a bit of a hard deck this afternoon.
Thank you.
The grass is actually pretty long down here as well, so
have you got your
almost
mower at BWS? Get your mower out.
No, I'll bring the whippersnipper next time, maybe. It actually is like it's absorbed it's not like it's been a wet summer at all, but it's like the grass is pretty long and the ground is effectively in good condition. Just might later on in the game with this longer grass just might make the legs a little bit more weary, but we'll see.
Hopefully we won't lose the ball amongst that long grass.
We won't lose our boundary riders.
Now, Ferntree Gully and Donvale, their seniors have just run out, and I've seen Hayden Veslus Tyra. He's got a pretty he's got a pretty mean sleeve or a lot of tattoos on him, so we'll be easily able to identify him in ruck.
Good to know. Helps us out.
Yeah.
For me, I think just going back to Division 4 very quickly, the wild card team for me would definitely be Whitehorse. It's very hard to predict exactly where they're going to end up this year. I suspect that they'll probably improve throughout the year under Andrew Hayning as the team just sort of starts to get more used to the game style, find their place in Division 4, and of course they're going to be coming up against the same teams again and again in such a small amount of teams in that division.
Yeah, they must get sick of playing each other.
They probably would.
But, as you say, there's an upside because, you get to sort of know what the other team's strengths and weaknesses are. But, yeah. And
just looking at their lineup as well, Ed Sim and Joel Dalgleish, they're two players that could probably be playing higher up. Rob McDougall as well is a pretty handy player. Tom Young up forward, Hayning himself, who had a terrific season as a player, and
Daniel Horvath as well.
Yeah, so there's definitely plenty of talent. I think they've only really lost James Fassan to South Croydon, so they haven't had too much change this off-season, which I think is good to have that consistency because it's still a pretty young lineup.
Cross down.
Let's go down to BWS on the boundary line.
We've had the ball toss, the coin toss, I should say, in the middle, and Rousers won it for Donvale. They will kick to the right of screen, right of your radio dial, back towards the Roval area. So it'll be Ferntree Gully kicking towards the grandstand end, the mountain end, in the first two.
Thank you very much, Ben.
All right, well, we're not too far away from the start on this one. So the Ferntree Gully boys, you can see them warming up down the far end of the grounds, and plenty of interest in the first round, of course. We don't really know what's going to happen. It's a little bit of a guessing game, but we do know these two sides are meeting again after squaring off in the grand final last year, and we know it's going to be pretty. Do you think both sides? Who do you expect to get the fastest start in this one? Do you think?
There's a lot of youth around Ferntree Gully. I think that they might come out with a bit of zeal, I suppose. I'm not sure how long that could last against such a professional lineup as Donvale. But I imagine we'd see quite a bit of exuberance from the Eagles.
Did we get our tips?
No, we probably haven't done our tips. So let's go around the panel. Jared, which way are you going?
Ooh, I'm going for Donvale. Are we saying how much by?
Yeah, we want a margin.
Yeah. I'm going to go with 34.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think 4 to 5 goals in favour of Donvale, but get off to a good start from a Ferntree Gully perspective, and you never know. Josh?
Donvale for me as well. Probably 3 to 4 goals, I'll say, the margin. They might be able... They'll, again, have that period of dominance similar to the grand final, and it'll be interesting to see if they can, take advantage of their opportunities. That's one thing that Brett Kiker identified, just being better by foot going inside 50. It'll be interesting to see if that happens. But I just think Donvale, they play 4 quarters, and I think they get the job done.
Paul, which way are you going today?
I'm going Donvale by about 4 to 5 goals.
Okay, so it's pretty much unanimous. I'm going the same way. I think Donvale will win by 5 goals. Boys on the boundary, I'm not sure if they can hear us. Look, they're just putting their headsets on. Tips from you boys?
Yeah, I'm going to go Gully. I reckon Gully are going to get one over on them after the grand final last year. BWS, what are your thoughts?
Donvale by 6 goals today, guys.
I love having the debutant Blake Martin down there as the contrarian.
Imagine if Ferntree Gully get up.
We'd all look like idiots.
He's going to look like a genius.
And here we go, Brett Baston to take us away in the first quarter.
So we're underway. We got caught out there. We were too busy giving our tips, and the game's actually started, but that's all right because we've just got a stoppage. Nothing too much happening early.
It's round 1 for us as well.
We're just going to shake off some of the rust. Up it goes. There's Haig. Got his tap over his opposite number there. Now the ball's on the ground again. Just trying to get a handball out there. It's bobbling around all over the place. It's going to be a bit untidy, you'd expect. Handball out there, nicely done. It's Heagney. Runs forward, gets his kick smothered. Picked up over there by Donvale. Spinning out of the tackle there was Bowden, one of the new men. And the Donvale side gets a funny kick towards the half-forward line. Ball spinning around there, working his way out nicely was Poland, another one of the newbies. And the Ferntree Gully side out towards the far side. Umpire sees play on there as the ball was in a contest. As it's put on the boot, and Donvale go back inside 50. It's bouncing towards goal. It's gone right over the top. Still in, is it? No, eventually it's gone through, and we have our first score of the afternoon. It's a minor to Donvale, and they leave one behind to no score. And we're about 30 seconds in on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Impressive shot there by Kyle Heagney. Ambitious, more than accurate, but bringing it in here for Ferntree Gully. Jack Flannery, the captain, high ball towards a contest. Donvale cut it off immediately. Running round onto the right, centering ball into the forward line. Comes to ground. Ferntree Gully should be able to mop up here. And it's a kick towards the centre of the ground. Donvale try to catch it there with Nathan Mill. It's gone to ground once more. Good tackle laid there by Donvale. It's a real hotly contested ball right now. Tackles everywhere. And we'll have a stoppage.
One thing I've noticed, Jack Flannery starting in defence,
yeah,
which is a bit of a surprise.
That, yeah.
I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw that. I was
42 goals last year, and he started at the back.
That was interesting. So from this stoppage, ball in dispute, still tackling. Ferntree Gully trying to extract it. Umpire will take the ball up. So a lot of scrap, a lot of contest early on. Back into it, Veslice. Tyra was beaten easily there by Haig. Coming forward here, Donvale, but it's in the hands of Harvey for Ferntree Gully, and he sees it over the boundary line.
Looks like Harvey's got the job on Nick Murphy as well.
Obviously a big test, though, in the ruck against Zach Hager. Phenomenal ruckman for Donvale. And certainly he's got a strong body, and he's going to be able to use that to his advantage this afternoon.
Absolutely. He's been so good for so long. As the ball goes in, Ferntree Gully get hands on it. I think that was might have been Harvey in there. Now it comes out. Kicked down the line. Heagney was there, but he couldn't take the mark. Ball spills loose. Taken there by, or almost taken by Liardi. Very untidy. They're spinning out of the tackle there. Cries of holding the ball. Nothing doing. Ball goes forward. Ferntree Gully get it out again. In the hands there of Woolley for a moment. Now they get it forward. Nicely done there by Vasilis Tyler. On the grounds, Ferntree Gully. They've lost possession again. Out towards the far side. Bowden, one of the newbies. And the Donvale side takes possession, but he's taken over the boundary line. And we'll have a throw in around about just over on centre wing. So nothing much doing on the scoreboard, just the one behind in this early stages, but I'm sure the players will work their way into it. Get rid of the rust as the ball goes in. Gets right over the back. Haig didn't get it that time. Mostly picked up by McCormack. Puts it on the boot. Scrubbing old kick inside. It's been cut off over there nicely by Crocker, but he loses it. A lot of turnovers in the early stages. Sling tackle there. On the ground was, I think it was Jordovic, the new man, Blaise Jordovic, who was slung to the ground, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
So, dangerous spot here for Ferntree Gully to have to defend. Donvale threaten. Good tackle laid there by Giles. And it's going to be another stoppage. Harrison Giles did very well in the grand final. I seem to remember a couple of very exciting goals. Let's see what he can produce today. As Ferntree Gully, they're going to go back to the outer side. Whoa. Huge fly there. Not quite successful by Patterson. Ball in dispute. Donvale tackled. It's in the hands of Jordovic. This is Blaise. High ball towards the top of the goal square, and it's just going to tumble over for the one behind. Donvale 2 points to Ferntree Gully 0.
The two senior debutants, Ty Christensen, Blaise Jordovic, looking very lively for both their respective sides. Good signs for Brett Kiker and for Kevin Collins.
Certainly was. Well, Kevin Collins talked up Jordovic before the game starts, and we can see why, because he looks like he's a reasonable prospect. Here they bring it out in the hands of Harvey in the back pocket. He goes down the line trying to hit a target, gets right over the top though. Chasing back there, trying to pick it up was Cameron. Now it's eventually over the boundary. No, in fact it's been tied up over there, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So no goals to speak of yet. Just a couple of behinds on the board, and going the way of Donvale. Up it goes. Nicely one out of the ruck there. Ball comes down to Kiker. And Kiker loses possession though, and the ball goes forward. Bouncing around over there, who can get their hands on it first? They haven't had too much territory so far, Ferntree Gully, but they've got a chance here as the ball is on the ground. Hegney's had quite a bit of it in the early stages of the game. Liardi picks it up, but he gets the ball knocked out of his hands. It was Otten over there, Max Otten, of course. So much experience. He's the journeyman, or one of the journeymen of this competition. And he gets wrapped up. In fact, he wraps up his opposite on the ground, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So welcome to the coverage. If you've just tuned in, we are live across Facebook and YouTube, and of course Radio Eastern 98.1. Great to have the Radio Eastern team back this year. As the ball goes up, Haig takes it out of the ruck. Liardi now. Cries of holding the ball. What's the umpire say? He's paid it, so it's going to Ferntree Gully. Free kick.
And it's going to be in the number, the old number of Kieran Gray. It's Callum Polar. Going for goal here to open the scoring for Ferntree Gully.
Couple of senior games the last couple of years for Cranbourne, and he was one that Brett Kiker highlighted in pre-game as one to keep an eye on.
And all eyes are on him currently as he marches in. We've gone 6.5 minutes without a goal. Let's see if Polar can do it. Yes, he can. And Ferntree Gully draw first blood.
Great reward for effort there. They've certainly been able to push forward in the last few minutes after a quick start from Donvale going forward, and he is one of the contenders here for the MEGT Rookie of the Day, which we are awarding at the end for a player under the age of 22 that we think was best on ground.
So Ferntree Gully, that's a great start because they have been beaten largely in the territory in the early stages, but they've gone forward, they've had limited territory, and they've pinched a goal, and really against the run of play, you'd have to say. But they're in front. One straight plays two behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Umpire to throw it up. Great conditions out here at Ferntree Gully. The ground looks absolutely superb. Nicely coming over the top there. It's won by Ferntree Gully with the head out. Going the way of Versailles Tyler into the contest. And the umpire says, well, ball it up. Versailles Tyler, I'm going to have trouble with that all day. Just could call himself Smith, perhaps. It would make it a lot easier. As the ball goes up. There's Rouser in there. He's going to be a key man today, but he couldn't get his hands on that one as the ball comes out. Trying to get over there and pick it up over there. I think it was number 19 is Cameron. Now here they come forward again, Ferntree Gully, so it's a chance to get a couple of quick ones, but they're not going to do it this time as the mark is taken at the in defence. And Donvale will bring it out. That's a dangerous kick though, and it's gone straight into the hands of Church.
Boundary.
As we get out of the boundary with Blake Martin.
After a hot start from Donvale, Gully are looking to work their way back in it. Obviously kicked the first goal, and now they've got another opportunity to double the lead.
So Jordan Church, he doesn't look confident. He was looking to give it off there, but he's decided to go back and take the responsibility himself. In fact, he's decided to put in a funny little kick, and they went to sleep there. And Calisperos, who is not the sort of man you want to be having the ball inside 50, he kicked a lot of goals last year, in fact 38, and Gavin will go back and will line up.
I'm not sure who his opponent was there, but it looked like they knew that was coming. It was a slow jog and a quick turn, so
well, he always
certainly
looked like
had
he
his
was
eye on him.
Yeah, he always looked like he was going to give it off. He never looked comfortable, but they just went to sleep. So here's Calisperos. He can kick his first of the season. He strikes it nicely. It's a beautiful looking kick, and the crowd will tell you. And this is some start now for Ferntree Gully. Kalispiros gets his first of the afternoon, and Ferntree Gully, well with their lead, 2 goals straight, plays 2 behinds. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had around about, what have we had on the, can't see the clock, 8.5 minutes gone.
Well, we talked about Ferntree Gully wanting to get off to a fast start, and that's exactly what they've done. Both have had 2 scoring shots, and Ferntree Gully have taken advantage of both of those opportunities. 2 really impressive set shots as well, going pretty much the same spot but different sides.
As you said, he's not the person you want to leave open inside 50. Not at all. So it's for Sleaze Tyra against Haig, back into the middle for the rock contest. Sleaze Tyra just gets the tap down. Kennedy was there for Ferntree Gully, couldn't quite handle it. He's back at it again, gets the handball off to Flannery, running off the half-back line, the captain, which is interesting. And his kick goes towards the boundary line.
Free kick.
It looks like a free kick. It's been paid to Ferntree Gully. They get another opportunity. He's hefted the ball inside 50. Bit of a contest down there. Kalispiros nearly took it. Doesn't matter. Got the kick away, but it was just 1 point. So 2-1-13, the Gully against Donvale. 2 behinds. Let's go to Paul Uconi in the Stat Centre.
Well, a lot of the statistics have gone against Ferntree Gully in this first quarter. 6 clinches to 2 the way of Donvale. Inside 50s 5-3 in favour of Donvale, but as you can see on the scoreboard, they're 2 goals, 1 to 2 behinds.
So that's a safer kick out, finds the target this time in Liardi, another one of the veterans of this Donvale side. Goes right out to the wing. Here's a chance now. McCormick, it was in fact, it was Jordovic, Blaze, the new man. And that's going to be holding the ball, is it? What's the umpire say?
High free kick,
High free kick. It's going the way of...
around the waist
Lyle.
high free kick.
So, umpire Warren Smith all over that one as the ball is knocked around, bobbling around over there. Harrison had it for a moment. Now they handball it out wide. Is Church, one of the key players on this side. That's I was going to say good mark, but it was dropped over there. Under a bit of pressure, Ferntree Gully, but they managed to extricate themselves. Now the ball's bouncing around into the hands of Cameron. Cameron gets himself out of traffic, and that's a nice kick. Finds a target. And Lyle's just going to take his time here. See if he can hit a target. I don't know where Murphy is. I haven't seen him really in the game so far. Is that a push? No, the umpire says no. Duncan was appealing. Now it comes out towards Kaika. Kaika gets hands on it, but it's gone right over the top of him, and the mark taken over there by Hegney. I reckon he's just about been one of the best players so far. He's been in everything. Squares the ball up nicely back inside, and they'll go inside 50 again. Donvale, there's the kick. Over the top, beats everyone. They should be able to survive here. Going back is Flannery under a bit of pressure. Talked about the fact that he played forward last year, but a surprise move, and that's going to be a free kick. Seeing him back and taken over there, but the umpire says not from the correct spot, and we'll come back and take it again. So we've had 11.5 minutes gone, and it's Ferntree Gully, the home side. 2-1-13 to 2 behinds on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and they've got a free kick.
I do wonder if Flannery going back is going to be a consistent thing throughout the year for Ferntree Gully, or if it's just a strategy against Donvale. As Ferntree Gully went a little bit wider down the line with this kick, and it's just bounced over the line in front of Nathan Mill.
Maybe it's where he's more suited because he is captain now of Ferntree Gully, and maybe he wants to provide that voice from the back line rather than up forward.
But more of a general sort of role for Flannery perhaps then.
Because he is playing as the loose defender, or I was going to say he was playing as a loose defender, but before it looked like he was playing as that loose defender in Donvale's attacking half.
So Ferntree Gully with the clearance. They've managed to extract it through Patterson. High ball into the centre of the 50. No one could quite take it. Snap around the body, though, for Ferntree Gully. It's going to go wide. And that was unfortunate there for Cal Polar. Nearly got his second on the board, but couldn't quite manage it.
Not much talk from the 2 Donvale defenders there, spoiling each other. And standing his ground there, Polar. Read the ball well, but a missed opportunity.
So Donvale once again to bring it back in. There's the kick. That's another very dangerous kick. That could have turned very nasty, but they've managed to survive. And they'll come off half-back. Good tackle. The kick inside, and it's been turned over. Mark taken there by number 22 is Kennedy, one of the key players today. And this Ferntree Gully side, he's a class act. Now he goes out wide, and having said that, he turns it over straight away. Thank you very much. Taken there by Ablett. My first Moz of the season.
Got to get him in, Ali.
So Ablett, not too sure what to do, but eventually gives it away. And the kick down the line. Let's see who can get their hands on this one. Flying high there, and the ball has just been punched out of bounds. A couple of cars in a bit of danger there, but it's all good.
Now that was Flannery again with the punch.
So Flannery's...
Got to wonder why the 2 cards are sitting there. Is that a promotional thing, a sponsor?
Yeah,
What?
Sponsorship? The only promotion it would be for a car insurance company. Umpire throws it and it goes right over the back. It was Fidelani who couldn't get his hands on it there. It's been dropped over there by Bowden. Umpire says play on. Back into the contest again. Little ball out there. Heagney runs past it. Taken in there by one of the Ferntree Gully players. Who was it under there? It is Harvey.
Cross down.
And the umpire says we'll go with the ball up and go back down to the boundary with Ben Warren-Smith.
Yeah, just early changes for both sides, guys. They've done about a dozen each so far, so just like keeping the legs fresh early in this season.
Seward took the legs out of Fidelani there, not penalised, but there was a holding the ball decision there going the way of Ferntree Gully. They're putting the pressure on the Gully, and it's Purdon with the ball now. He looks starved for options for a second, but Christensen presents himself. Plays on. That's a horrible kick, and it's gone just straight to Haig, who gets it off now. This is Heagney. Takes a bounce. This looks dangerous here. Donvale. Duncan's the target. Couldn't quite take the mark. It's Burgoyne at ground level. Just shoveled the handball away, and there's been a free kick. Was it a throw? Let's see what the umpire says. I think that might have been the call. It's going to be Duncan to take the kick.
Throw.
It was indeed a throw. Thank you, Ben.
Has he bulked up a bit, Duncan? He looks bigger than last year.
Yeah. Maybe that's the effect of the shaved head, though, perhaps. Just looks a bit more bold. Anyway, in he comes, Ethan Duncan, to get Donvale's first. With not long left in the quarter, and he sprayed it to the left. Just the minor score. Was lucky to score, in fact. And I didn't think we'd be saying this at this point of the game, but it's the Gully, 2-2-14 to Donvale, 3 points. We've gone 15 and a half minutes in the first quarter.
And so Ferntree Gully to bring it back in off the boot of Flannery. Nice little kick, finds Crocker. And Crocker decides to go out wide, so just chipping it across the back line as they try and find an exit point from defence. Taking a bit of time. Now they eventually going to put it long, I think, out towards the swing, towards Braden Wright, but it gets right over the back. Beautiful mark taken there by Patterson. That was great work. Wright actually did the good work in the front, and now it's in the hands of Donvale, and it's going to be out on the full. So they really are coming under enormous pressure. They started off well, Donvale, but ever since then it's been all Ferntree Gully, and they really are looking the goods at the moment in the hands of Patterson. It's going to take the free kick. Sends it to about half forward, in fact a bit deeper than that. Inside 50, up they fly, ball bouncing around, trying to get hands on it over there was Whitbourne, and eventually it's been put through for a minor score. So Ferntree Gully with all the territory, and they lead on the scoreboard, 2-3-15 to 3 behinds.
Around the grounds, Montrose lead Doncaster 2-4-16 to 2-2-14.
Closer than expected there. So it's Otten with the kick, and it went straight through the hands of Bowden. And Ferntree Gully will press again. Patterson's got a chance. Hands it off to Calisperis. He's dangerous on that left. Not this time, though. It's sprayed off to the left. And just the 1 point for Ferntree Gully.
You don't want to be critical, but Max Otten's kickings have been abysmal. I think
Cross down.
As we get down to the boundary with Ben Warren-Smith.
Hope it's not a 1 point margin, because that was clearly out of bounds on the full, that kick.
I'm not sure about that from my position, but I'll defer to you. You are closer. And anyway, it's come back in. Ferntree Gully, they're pressing. Seward with the kick, but it's wayward. Out over on the full.
So they'll bring the ball back in again. Donvale, this has been an area that they've battled a wee bit. Max Otten, he just hasn't quite been that accurate with his kick-ins. He finds his target on that occasion. Now he goes out wide towards the centre wing position. Is that Haig over there? No, it's not. It's number 17 in Mill. So Nathan Mill. Looking around, they're not exactly playing the game at pace, Donvale. They just sort of taking their time, playing quite methodically. They go down the line, ball gets right over the back. There's Rouse up. Rouser gets onto it. He hasn't seen too much of it early, but he gets a kick in and finds Murphy. And that might be his first touch, I think, almost of the game, as he wheels around onto the left and goes bang! And that is, hit the post. Getting ready for the big it's the post. But that's what the man can do. He's dangerous, and it's another behind. The fourth of the day for Donvale, and they're still goalless, and they trail 2-4-16 to 4 behinds Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we've had 18 and a half gone first term.
Braden Wright's the target from the kick in. He goes up, but was surrounded by Donvale players. Coming out of it. Oh, not getting the kick away was Bowden, and it looks like it's going to be holding the ball. So Ferntree Gully, they continue to outwork Donvale in the clinches. Bit of indecision, though. He goes wide to Patterson. Jordan Patterson, 12 goals last year. Good wingman. And a little chip over the top now to Shane Woolley. One of the new folk here at Ferntree Gully. And he's going to wind up, go down the line, right. Once again, the target. He's got 2 to beat. Shoved in the back by Otten very clearly. And Otten has just given away the 25-metre penalty, not listening to the umpire. That was such a clear push, too.
I reckon he'd want these first 20 minutes back, Max Otten.
Say, he's not having the greatest start to the game.
No. So Braden Wright will be the one to take the kick.
Very short 25.
Yeah, I think he's a little stiff there, right?
He's still in range.
Should be. He's going to kick it from the paint of the arc. He's wound up, sends it goalward, but it's just fallen short. And over the boundary line, over the goal line, as no one could take the mark there in that situation.
May have cost him there. A few more metres.
Yeah. I think he just tried a little bit to overkick it. He might have been right on his limit.
So, not too surprisingly, the Donvale sort of changed their kick around, which is hardly surprising. It's gone to McCormack now. Don't want to get on Max Otten's case, but he's had a bit of a stinker early as the ball goes to ground over there. I hope he doesn't watch the replay back. He might come after me. Now the ball's handball out there from Goldsmith, to Goldsmith at least as they go forward. Puts the kick down. We love you, Max. We really do. As the ball goes inside 50, ball dropped over there by Murphy. Tried to get his hands on it. Goes in there and gets it, but he's been knocked off the ball. That's hard to do because he's a big body man. Now it's in the hands of Zelik. Zelik, little handball down, but he's turned it over. And here they come again. There's Kaika. Little handball back inside. They look really good coming off halfback, Ferntree Gully. He's a little kick down forward looking to try and find Noonan. And he's going to get a free kick as well. So this will be an opportunity to go inside 50 again. Another goal here, and this will be a disaster for Donvale. I don't think the quarter time siren can come quick enough for them. They really need to regroup here, and that's an excellent mark taken over there. Taken by Jordovic of the Caleb variety.
Kalispiris.
Kalispiris it is, sorry. It is too with the long sleeves, can't miss him. So Kalispiris goes inboard, tries to find the target, ball bouncing around. Still bouncing around, little slick little handball, and they're into the hands of Wally. Now the ball into the hands of Ostrom, who gets it forward. It's a mark taken, and this is going to be an almost certain goal. Not quite sure what happened there. It sort of happened quite quickly, but it's going to work out nicely for them. A little bit of an accidental one, I think.
That was a pretty good effort from Shane Woolley as well to avoid a couple of tacklers there.
So Jordan Churchill, as he's taken the mark, and he shouldn't miss from here, although we shouldn't say anything because I've already got one Moz on the board today. There's the kick, and he's put it through. So more trouble for Donvale. They concede their third goal of the afternoon, and they trail 3-5-23 to fall behind Spain to go back scoreboard, and we are in time on by a couple of minutes. 21, nearly 22 play.
Looking really good, Josh. They're moving the ball very quickly. Want to get handball it straight away and link up, and guys like Ethan Kiker certainly getting involved, and forward line has set up has been quite strong so far.
Yeah, whenever they're attacking, they look to go to that far side and not kick a kick to this broadcast side, which is holding them in really good stead. Two of their goals have pretty much come from that, transitioning from that far side.
Back into the centre. It's not long left. Wright couldn't quite get the tap down, but Ferntree Gully will get the clearance anyway through Kaika over to Seaward. It's gone towards the arc. Seaward was bumped off it by Liardi, so Donvale regain possession. Rouser from the back line kicks it. Good mark taken up the middle there by Haig. High ball towards the forward line. Ethan Duncan just dropped the mark. Nearly ran back onto it, got the kick away, but it was affected by the tackle and bounced all the way into the car park over the boundary line. Oh no, one behind in fact.
And I have to say as well, Ferntree Gully's defence has held up really, really well. They've not made any opportunity easy for the Donvale forwards.
Yeah, Paul, what's the inside 50 stats actually?
The inside 50 stats are 11-8 the way of Donvale.
Yeah, I thought so.
So kick out wide. It's Rouser. So he's got his hands on the ball, the skipper. So Rouser. Puts it back towards full forward. Haig was there that time, but he couldn't quite get to it. Trying to get it clear nicely in the hands there of Harrison. He gets it out. They eventually get it out of the danger zone, and they've got a chance to get out here, but they've turned it over. Now a chance to go back inside, and Haig has taken the mark.
Cross down.
As we go down to the boundary with Ben Warren-Smith.
Jake Seward from Ferntree Gully has come off holding his left elbow, so a little bit ginger, whether it's shoulder, whether it's collarbone, but he looks a little bit in pain, so we'll check that one out at quarter time.
Thanks, Ben. And it's going to be Zach Haig who's going to take a pretty tough kick for this one. There's a bit of breeze around too, so that'll probably play a factor as well. But it's from an acute angle what they could really do with this one, Donvale, going into quarter time. There's the kick. Gets it up nice and high. It's not going to go through, though. It's gone through for a minor score. So tough kick in fairness. Didn't really expect him to kick that one, and that's another behind. So 6 behinds for Donvale to 3-5-23. And we've had nearly 24 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, down to Blake Martin on the boundary.
Lots of changes in this first quarter for Gully. You wonder if they can carry this momentum through the rest of the match.
Speaking of momentum, they've got just that on the outer side as the kick was marked by Harrison. It was bowled over, though. And Donvale try and hold them up. They succeed in doing that.
Around the grounds, East Build 3 straight 18 to Croydon 117 at quarter time.
Well, actually, it was a free kick there paid, and it's gone to Nick Woods. High ball inside forward 50 for the Gully once again. Intercept mark not quite taken by Donvale. That was Cameron, and he's ended up at the bottom of the pack, and we'll get a ball up. That's the one. No one's peeking out there, don't worry. So Wright gets the tap down. And roving it there, Ferntree Gully. Cameron laid the tackle. And another stoppage. We'll go with that. And let's go to Pullen Stat Centre.
The free kicks in this first quarter are 6-1 the way of Ferntree Gully.
And I think that might be down to their pressure as well. Like that's holding the ball calls and whatnot. But Rouser, it's Donvale with the numbers. Rouser gets the handoff. Oh, smashing his way through there was Liardi. Held up in the tackle really well. Got it over to Heagney. His kick was marked. Duncan, he's worked his way up the ground. What targets does he have forward? He's got one short there, and I think McCormack. Djordjevic is the deepest forward here. Great body work in the marking contest, and he takes it on the chest.
Well, it was well done. I think it was Heagney that actually pushed forward and was able to get that second kick, and the one that hit up Djordjevic in a very strong position here that should put Donvale's first on the board.
Well, you would certainly hope so. They've had plenty of opportunities too. 6 behinds. Let's see if Djordjevic can straighten up and get through Donvale's first. He's done that. So sigh of relief for the Magpies fans as they get their first on the board.
And he's one that can definitely step up in that forward line this year and take his game to another level. Still pretty young, and I think it was in the 30s for goals last year as well. So a terrific, and he looks like he's going to be an exciting proposition.
Down to the boundary where we find Ben Warren-Smith.
Really confused about this scoreboard. So it counts down from 20 minutes, then we're stuck on the 0-minute mark for all of time on. It really makes no sense to me at all, that. So just thought I'd point that out.
I thought the same thing. Just count up if it
just press it the opposite way. Seriously. My
just
God.
go into negatives.
Lucky we've got our trusty clock up here. We've had 27 minutes officially on the scoreboard, so I'll have to keep you informed. I don't know how the people at the ground are going to get on, but that's all right. If you're listening on Radio Eastern or watching across Facebook and YouTube, you're right up to date. As the ball goes up again, Zach Haig was there. He's taken out of the ruck. Bit of a fend off there. Now the ball comes. It's fallen for Rawser. Rawser lets fly. Who's he going to fire? He's hit a target over there. Is that it's Murphy. So Nick Murphy's taken it. He's going to get a shot late in this first term. And a chance for Donvale to get a couple of quick ones here. And this would be quite a big thing because they really have been outplayed for most of this first quarter. And if this goes through, suddenly they're only a goal behind. In fact, less than a goal behind. As the siren goes, so Murphy to line up, trying to kick his first of the afternoon. Had a colossal year last year, as he always does. 55 goals, leading goal kicker for Donvale. He strikes out nicely. It's missed. Hit the post.
That would have been a big goal.
Looked like it was going through, but another one into the woodwork. So Nick Murphy gets a late behind, and Ferntree Gully will take a reasonably handy lead into the first quarter at 3-5-23 to 1-7-13 over Donvale. Here's Jared with the major goal kickers.
So we've got Calisperis with 1, Polar with 1, and Church with 1 for Ferntree Gully. Just the 1 goal on the board for Donvale. That is Caleb Djordjevic.
So quarter time out here at Ferntree Gully. I hope you can join us for the rest of this game. It's going to be a very interesting one. But the quarter time score, the home side lead 3-5-23, 117-13. Back soon with more on EFNL Game Day.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Ferntree Gully as we just get through the first quarter break, and it's been a pretty interesting first term. Of course, first goal of the first quarter of the season, so a little bit of rust shaken off. But Donvale with the big start, but since then it's been all Ferntree Gully, and they've come back with a vengeance, and they lead by 10 points at the quarter time break. Around the panel, boys, just to get some thoughts on the first term. Jared, have you seen it?
Yeah, look, as we said at the start, we thought Ferntree Gully would come out with some exuberance, and they did just that. I reckon a little bit of Donvale's professionalism started to show through at the end of that quarter. They started to give themselves a few more chances. I noticed Rouser was starting to get his hands on the ball, and that's very important for Donvale, of course.
Yeah, certainly Zach Haig in the midfield. In the ruck, of course, he was able to use his body quite a bit, and getting it to Rouser, and then obviously Murphy up forward started to get a little bit more involvement. In those last few minutes, Josh, I think you've got some scores around the grounds at Fair Park Reserve between Fair Park and Upper Ferntree Gully, quarter time.
Yeah, Fair Park lead 4-3-27 to Upper Ferntree Gully 2-5-17, so a bit of inaccurate kicking there. From Upper Gully, there's also some other Division 3 scores. Oakley District is 1-7-13 to Coldstream 1-3-9, and Sylvan 1-5-11 to Sylvan, one behind. So
no one's got their kicking boots
on.
And
shaking off the rust.
Well, neither has Montrose. 3 goals, 6-24 at quarter time to Doncaster 3-2-20, and we are still waiting some of those other results, but hopefully they'll start to come in, whether that be through Play HQ or social media. But I think it's an interesting start, and I'm really impressed by the way that Ferntree Gully have started this game. The pressure's been really good. They've looked quick. They've moved the ball really well, and their forward line looks dangerous, and sort of kept a couple of those Donvale defenders out of position a couple of times. They've been spoiling each other, some turnovers from the back half. So that really comes back down to, I think, Ferntree Gully's pressure.
And on the pressure, I think it might be a bit of a worry that Seaward is... we came off injured. I see him now. He's not got a training jacket on just yet, but he's going to be starting on the bench by the looks of it. He's a tough nut, and I would be surprised if a lot of pressure came from him. Let's go to BWS with Kevin Collins.
At the Ferntree Gully huddle. No, let's go to the other side. At the Ferntree Gully huddle at quarter time. And I'm here with Brent Kiker. Brent, you must be really happy with the run of the side. Seeing that first quarter, it looks like you guys have the leg speed of the two teams.
That's look, that was a point of difference for us from last year, so it was really good. We thought if we can put pressure on them, they'd like to run forward. They do. That's the way they play. So, we can beat them at the coalface and get that run. It takes a long way to in the game. Yeah, so really good start. Really pleased.
And you've got the breeze this quarter, and although it's blowing a bit across the ground, you do have it. It's all about probably keeping that pressure up and pushing forward as much as possible.
Absolutely. Once we get it up forward, we've got a mosquito fleet there, and I thought the tackling pressure was fantastic from those, especially those small forwards. Yeah,
it's a good start. Let's hope it continues.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ben. Down on the boundary, BWS, and speaking of Brent Kiker, he's relatively happy, and he'd have to be after that first term. Having said that, though, we saw just a couple of signs towards the back end of that term, right at the very end, that Donvale were getting back. They kicked one, and they probably should have had two.
Cross down again. Thanks.
As we go back to Ben Ryan,
yeah, just an update on the young fella, Jake Seward. He's out for the rest of the game. I'm not sure exactly what the injury is. It could be collarbone, but he's out.
All right, back in the middle, here's Jared Beanland to start us off for the second quarter.
High fly by Vasili's Tyra. He got the tap down. Free kick going the way of Ferntree Gully out of the middle. It's going to Kennedy. Lockie Kennedy onto the right. Sends it a little wide, but mostly deep. And there's a free kick going the way of Ferntree Gully again. It's going to go to Calisperis. He's too far out to score, I would say. So he's going to have to find a target. Who's down there? Braden Wright always looms large.
Looks like he's going back.
It does look like he's going back. Putting faith in his boot here is Calisperis, and why not? Already got one goal for the day. And that is a straight kick, straight as an arrow, right through. He had the distance too.
Boundary.
And let's go down to the boundary line with Blake Martin.
Yeah, just caught up with the huddle with Kevin Collins, and the main things he was talking to Donvale about was their free kicks, 7 free kicks they gave away in the first quarter, and a lack of physicality as well as defensive pressure too.
So,
thank you very much, Blake.
Terrific goal by Gavin Calisperis. I reckon that'd be an early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Probably not too many contenders so far, but that would be the clubhouse leader, you'd have to say.
He's been Ferntree Gully's most dangerous forward by a fair bit. 2 goals, 2 so far this contest.
So he certainly has, and Ferntree Gully extend that lead that they had at half-time. They're out now by 16 points. And if it gets much bigger even at this early stage, with the way they're playing, they might be hard to get over as the ball comes into the middle, knocked away there. It's Rouser who gets the kick forward, trying to find a target, but there's plenty of defenders back there, bouncing around. Who's going to get hands on it? Taken in there by Max Otten, it is. Rips it away there is McCormack. It's all a bit untidy. Scrubby little kick out towards the wing. How's it going to sit? Sits for Zellick. Zellick takes it, gets a handball back inside. So they've got a bit of a chance here now to get something going as they charge off down the wing with Hegney. Hegney shrugs under a high tackle. Probably been one of Donvale's best. He gets a kick inside 50. Mark not taken. Ball on the ground, and they might be happy with a stoppage here, but they managed to get it out. Ferntree Gully. Bit of a dangerous kick, but the mark is taken. Good work, and they'll be able to work it out here of defence.
Vasili's Tyra sends it towards the boundary line, and there was a fly from Calisperis, but the punch was good. It came from Harry Ablett.
Boundary.
Let's go to the boundary line with Blake Martin.
Woods has just come off for Gully, and it looks like he might have a sore shoulder there, just the right-hand side.
Yeah, he's got that strapped, so something to keep an eye on there. Thank you, Blake. Back into play we go. Vasili's Tyra up against Haig, of course. Haig just takes it out of the ruck, but great body position there. Sends it towards the pocket for Donvale. It's going to go over the line, but that's a good stoppage there for the Magpies. They've got it deep into a dangerous position as we await the ball to come in. Of course, it's Ferntree Gully 4-5-29, Donvale 1-7-13. Bit of a double fister there from Murphy. Sends it towards the centre of the forward line. Tackle laid on Braden Bowden. We'll get another ball up.
Around the grounds quickly, quarter time, Kilsyth lead 139 to Churnside Park 117.
I spotted Nick Woods coming into the rooms as well, so that's a worry there for the Gully. That's 2 injured potentially.
Boundary.
Let's go to the boundary line again with Blake Martin.
Just a spot of rain coming through on the ground here. Just wondering if that's going to mean the scoring slows up a little bit.
Potentially. It might favour the bigger bodies of Donvale as well. If there's any way for them to get back into it, the rain might help. So the handball was given up straight there to McCormack. Rouser onto the right, and he's missed. That's 1-8 for Donvale. Peppering away.
Well, one thing that's always a feature in these early games is the fitness of both sides and what sort of pre-seasons they've had. And if Ferntree Gully are down to 2 on the bench, which looks like it could be the case, it's going to make it very, very difficult for them. But let's not ride them them off just yet.
Well, they're in front.
No, but I'm just saying going forward, they are 2 down on the bench, so it could certainly take its toll a little bit later in the game. Picked up by Zellick over there. Giving me a hard time already. It's the first game of the season, boys. Come on. As the ball goes. And they're going to go inside 50 here. Donvale leaves the kick. In fact, an easy mark taken by McCormack. There was no one within, in fact, it's Murphy, sorry, in the goal square. There was no one anywhere near him. I'm not sure what happened there, but a bit of a breakdown in communication. And I reckon even I could kick this one. Nick Murphy puts it through. So a much needed goal for the Vales. They get their third of the afternoon, and they make a little bit of ground up on the scoreboard. It's 4-5-29 to... Just waiting for the scoreboard to tick over. There it is, 2-8-20. In fact, it's their second of the afternoon.
I'm wondering who does have Murphy, because it was Burgon who came back to him, and Burgoyne's taken Duncan for the most part, from what I've seen.
I think it was Hayden Harvey who originally had the job on him, and I'm not too sure. Maybe he's not on the ground, but poor marking from the Ferntree Gully defence, which has been rare. They've been really strong in the defensive area to start this game.
Indeed. Back into the centre as Donvale are threatening. That's their second goal. Up they go. Hay gets the tap down. Kennedy immediately lays the tackle, but Rouser's going to try and bust through. Kennedy tackles again, and the free kick's gone the way of Kennedy, holding the ball. So there's the pressure once more for the Gully, just winning out. So they get the clearance. It goes out wide, through a few sets of hands there. Free kick picked out. Again to the Gully. This is Max Hibbert. Haven't called his name too much. He surveys the scene. Sets it up. Who's down there? Braden Wright. Tried to run to it, but it went through the hands of a Donvale defender there and over the boundary line. 6 minutes gone in the second quarter. Donvale 2-8-20. Ferntree Gully 4-5-29. Players circling the pack as it comes in. Wright taps it down. Oh, he's going to just win his own ball there. Gets tackled. Tries to hand it out. Couldn't quite do it. Liardi, safe handball back towards Otten. What's this kick going to be like? Well, it was good, but it went through the hands there of Djordjevic. That's Blaze. Gets the handball back to Otten. Scrubby kick into the centre of the ground. It just completely flummoxed 3 players. Ferntree Gully will win it back, though. Tackle laid on Sam Crocker. And we'll have a ball up in the centre of the ground. Let's go to Paul Uconi in the Stat Centre.
5 tackles to 1 in this second quarter in favour of Ferntree Gully.
That's not surprising. The pressure is continuous there for them. So that was Polar to try to get the kick away. It came to Kaika. Snap around the body. Hitting it on the run. There is Noonan, I believe. He's going to have to go back to go forward. Mark taken. This is Purdon. So that wasn't Noonan, that was Hibbert again. So Purdon, he looks a little exasperated with his options. Poor kick, it went straight over the hands of, that was Noonan. Now Caleb Djordjevic sends it forward. Shoving the back there from Ethan Duncan, not paid. He's taken the mark, and he's going to go back. Well, no, he's not. He's going to hand it off to Caleb Djordjevic from the arc towards the goal square. 2-on-1 for Donvale, for Ferntree Gully even, and it's just gone over the line. Good defence there by the Gully.
So, close but no cigar as the Ferntree Gully side look to get the ball back into play in the hands of Flannery. I still can't get over the fact that he's playing in defence, but anyway, here he goes. Just looking around for options. And here they come. Needs the kick out towards the wing. There's plenty of... good mark. Really good mark taken over there by Kennedy. Showed a lot of class this afternoon. He really is one of their best players, and you can see why. finds Polar, one of the new players in the Ferntree Gully side, wearing the old number of Kieran Gray, so big shoes to fill, but he's played all right. Gets it out down the line, finds Noonan, another one of the newbies on the side.
Just around the grounds, Home Park Reserve, Beaconsfield at 3-2 to leading Wanturna South 3 straight at quarter time.
So certainly hitting their targets. Here's another good kick, and it's into the hands of Purdon. Just taking their time, but there's no rush, and they go down the line again. Another uncontested mark taken by Wally. Might be something that Donvale have to think about here. There's a lot of loose men around. Or maybe they're playing a zone as the ball goes down the line, taken there by Herbert. So looks like there might be, as Herbert puts it on the boot, goes inside 50. It's a sort of about a 3-on-2 over there as the ball goes towards the boundary, and they'll just be happy to see it out. Donvale, McCormack it was, who just saw it, sorry, it was Holland, who just saw it over the boundary line around about the half-back line. So 29 plays 21. 9 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and Ferntree Gully still on the lead.
So back into play. Haig just checks it out. Rouser is going to send Donvale forward. One-on-one situation there. Good work by Flannery to make the contest. And it comes to ground level.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary line with Blake Martin.
Rain's starting to get a little bit heavier down here now. BWS and myself are just looking for an umbrella.
Thank you very much, Blake. So Kennedy scrapping for it at ground level as he's done so much. Did he drag it in? The umpire says yes. Free kick Donvale. So it's gone the way of, is that Mihail Zalek? I think it might be. Former Doncaster man sends it to the top of the goal square. And it was all Ferntree Gully there. Easy mark taken by Jordan Church. And he's going to look to send it wide on the outside there. One-on-one situation. Good work by Ostrom. And falling over the line was the Donvale player there. I think it might have been Goldsmith.
Around the grounds in Division 4, some quarter-time scores. Whitehorse lead Forest Hill, 3 straight to 3 behinds. And Scoresby lead Nuttawading 5-5-35 to 4 behinds the Lions.
So, just getting ready for a restart. Boys on the boundary, I think they need to harden up down there. I can't see too much rain. Few spots never killed anyone. Come on, boys, harden up.
Do you want to stand down here with us?
That's all good. Someone's got to stay up here. I would come down, but, I can't. So as the ball goes into the contest on the ground, they try and soccer it forward off the boot of Hibbert, sorry. Now it's Donvale who get their hands back on it. They look to go back inside 50. Bouncing around all over the place here. No real clean possession. It's a crappy ball to be won, but it's nicely picked up over there by Harrison. Did really well. Got a handball out. Can't find Braden Wright, though. Bill spills on the ground again. There's Haig trying to shepherd his man off the ball. Can't work out that we're playing footy or soccer at the moment. It's just bouncing around all over the place. Now Ferntree Gully to get it out of half-back. Dangerous handball. Nicely worked out there by Herbert. Out towards the far side of the ground. Picked up by Crocker. And he's monstered in a tackle. It'll be a ball up. There was no prior opportunity. Or has he paid it? No, he hasn't, has he? Surely not.
Good tackle by Ben Lyle there it was.
So it'll be a ball up again. Just on the centre wing, almost in front of us, actually, in the broadcast position. Braden Wright got a nice tap down there. That was well done. Kaika sends it up the line, trying to find a target. Holland did well, just managed to get a bit of a spoil on. Bowden goes inboard. Dangerous kick, but beautifully marked over there by Goldsmith. That was really well done, and Goldsmith's going to run off half-back and put a kick forward. So around about half forward, in fact, a bit further, and nicely marked over there and cut off by Burgoyne it is, and rebounding will be Ferntree Gully.
Burgoyne's looking pretty handy. Hasn't let Ethan Duncan get too much of a run at it. So that kick for the Gully just trails harmlessly over the boundary line.
Around the grounds, first update out of Bayswater Oval. North Ringwood 2-5 to Bayswater 1 straight 6, and Montrose extend their lead to 29.78 to 3-3 over Doncaster.
Back into play. Thank you for joining us on the Eastland match of the round. Kennedy just marches out of the pack there. His kick was partially smothered, and it's just going to be some hand-to-hand combat as the umpire will come in to break that up. It was David Holland at the bottom of the pack there. And let's go to Paul in the stat centre.
Inside 50s in his second term are 7-3 the way of Donvale.
But here comes Ferntree Gully once again. Thank you, Paul. Hibbert takes a diving mark. Haven't quite gotten inside the arc yet.
The clearance work from both Kennedy and Ethan Kike has been
down.
superb so far as we go boundary side to Ben Warren-Smith.
Nick Woods is about to come onto the ground, guys. He has his left shoulder strapped. He went down into the rooms with the right shoulder strapped. He's come out with the left one done. He's got the double.
Gosh.
So Calisperis kicked a goal from a similar position to Hibbert here. Can he replicate that? It's gone to the top of the goal square. Punch over the top for Donvale. That was good work there by Harry Ablett. And we'll see Donvale kick it in. So that's on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. That'll be 4-6-30 Ferntree Gully to 2-9-21 the Donvales.
I'm starting to run a bit low on numbers, Ferntree Gully. Brenton Kiker might have to put his boots on soon. As Max Otten brings the ball back in. Nice short kick too. Finds a target. Cameron. It's been solid, Adam Cameron, so far. Liked his game as the little kick goes back inside. And I've almost mozzed him again as it's taken by Bowden. Now he gets it away to Ablett. I'm just going to stop saying anything about any players as the ball goes into the marking contest. Taken over there nicely by, is it Hegney, I think? Can't quite see. Yep, Hegney with the long hair. Can't really miss him. That's a nice kick. In fact, it's not a nice kick. It's been cut off. Cut off by Kennedy. He's looked good at Lachlan Kennedy. You can really see his class in this Ferntree Gully side. Now he goes down the line. Good mark taken over there. I think that's might be Versailles Tyler, is it? No, not quite sure. But anyway, they come inside here. They come again. Ferntree Gully. Long kick forward. That's a good mark. Well cut off over there. And they'll be able to rebound. Max Otten now takes a bounce. Runs across to this near side. It's a bit of a dangerous kick, but nicely picked up over there by Goldsmith. Goldsmith, though, has turned it over. Bit of work to be done here by Jordovic of the Blaze variety, one of the newbies on this Donvale side. Ball bouncing around. Holland's got it, but he's copped a high one, and he's going to get a free kick, so that'll be certainly welcome for Donvale because they're under a fair bit of pressure. Now it's Otten. Otten squirts one in the middle of the ground. Nice mark taken there. That's Lyle. So Ben Lyle sends it inside 50, and that's a great grab. Big Murphy. Haven't really seen the best of him today, but he gets the big jukes out on that occasion and comes forward and takes a really good mark. And he'll go back and line up to try and add to his tally today. Kick one in the second quarter. So this is the chance for him to get his second.
It struggled recently to break through from the Ferntree Gully defence, Donvale, so that's a positive piece of play.
So he puts it onto the left boot. He was a fair way back, actually. I thought he marked it quite a bit close on that, but he's put it through. It looked like he didn't make that good a contact, but he's got it through for his second of the day. So Nick Murphy puts the goal on the board for Donvale, and they edge a little bit closer, but they still trail in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4-6-30 to 3-9-27, and we've had 15, nearly 16 gone in the second term.
And just a couple of those experienced heads, Jared. Obviously, the kick from Max Oldham was a really good one to hit up a target, and then this following kick to certainly find Nick Murphy, who is starting to work himself back in the game. And you knew that would happen. You knew they'd have a 5 to 6 minute patch where they start to take a bit back control. They've been able to do that in recent few minutes.
It's worrying signs for Ferntree Gully, but they'll get this clearance, will they? Tackle, holding the ball. Great pressure there by Donvale. That's Braden Bowden, who won the free kick. Hands it off. McCormick. Ball towards centre half forward. Good mark taken there. Harry Giles sends it towards the top of the goal square. Murphy couldn't quite take it. Fighting for it at ground level. It's going to spill out over the boundary line. Another opportunity just missed, but they're going to have a fighting chance at getting a goal here, Donvale. Let's go down to Ben Warren-Smith.
Nick Murphy's proving to be a bit of a hassle for the Ferntree Gully backs. I mean, they've got Hayden Harvey, their best backman, on him, but there is a big size difference there.
Yeah, I reckon there always would be with Murphy. Hard to find blokes as big as him. Ferntree Gully, well, they were able to extract it from their defence. That was Patterson. Did well enough to get it back in board, but Donvale turned it over. Otten. Ooh, that was a good bump there by Church. Knocked his opponent off the ball, but could only produce a stoppage from it.
Starting to lift to Donvale. I think this might be that 5 to 6 minute patch where they start to get on top and create more chances.
We've got 17 and a half minutes gone in this quarter. Can Ferntree Gully just change the flow of the game? High ball across the wing there by Christensen. Ferntree Gully have to be composed here, and Patterson stepped around his man. Dangerous inboard kick. That was good, and it was in the hands of Purdon. He sends it down. Someone slipped their man for Ferntree Gully. Ablett came back at it. Calisperis couldn't quite handle it, and Donvale with the composure. They'll exit out of defence. Christensen sets himself. Rouser challenged. It went to ground level. Donvale retained possession. Heagney's going to have to step around right. Did brilliantly there. Just got tackled, but the kick was away. And it just happened to fall into the hands of Harry Giles, who's played on and sent it across the ground, and Murphy was once again unmarked.
Well, as soon as they were able to get the turnover, they had all the numbers ahead of the footy, and as you can see, Giles had Haig all by himself. So,
sorry, Haig, not Murphy.
A great opportunity here now for Donvale.
So Zach Haig, the big ruckman. Yet another danger here for Ferntree Gully to try and contain in the forward line, and it's hit the post. Unfortunate. There, once again, Donvale not quite taking their chances. They're 3 goals 10, 28 to Ferntree Gully, 4-6-30 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone just about 19 minutes in this second quarter. Let's go down to Ben Warren-Smith.
And that's the third poster for Donvale as well, so they're certainly finding the pine this afternoon. But there was really good play there by Zach Haig, because when the turnover happened in the middle, he just slipped down. He knew he was free, and he eventually got the footy. So good work by the big man. Very sneaky.
So we've had more posters today than a teenage girl's bedroom as the ball is in the hands of Ferntree Gully across the half-back line. Here's a little kicked out forward, trying to hit a target. Finds it too. They've looked really, for the most part, they've been pretty accurate, Ferntree Gully, with hitting their targets. Haven't been wasteful with the ball, so Brent Kike will be pleased with their ball use. A little bit of hesitation as they try and bring it out. The Orbs jinking inside there. Good work by Ostrom. He was hesitant, but he managed to get it away in the end. Mark taken by Wally. Now they'll go across the grounds. Just chipping it across the half-back line. Nicely done over there. That's Harvey. Hayden Harvey. So 2-point lead for Ferntree Gully. We're almost into time on at the end of the second term. Ball bouncing around over there as it's on the grounds. I think it was Liardi trying to dive on it there, but it's all over the place. Mill got it out. Still not tidy though. Now it's in the hands of Wignall. Wignall goes down the line, finds a target. Nicely done. Marked over there, and is it a 25? What's the umpire playing? It is a 25, so just a bit of contact after the tackle was made, and they'll go forward again. So a chance to get a late one. Mark not taken at the moment. Trying to get his hands on it over there was one of the Donvale players, but it's Braden Wright who's sure across half-back. Chips it across to Patterson. He should have taken the mark, but Hegney's in there, and that might be a free kick. Going on with it just a bit too long, and he's given it away, Hegney. He likes the contest style, Hegney, but he can get a bit overzealous at times as the chip forward by Patterson.
Braden Wright was the man to take the mark. Switches it across the ground, so Ferntree Gully loading up here. That was Harrison. His kick, though, came unstuck. Otten came over the top. He's going to send it back inside forward 50 for Donvale. Oh, Patterson just went straight over. Burgoyne composed. Ferntree Gully hack a kick outside of their defence, but it was a 2-on-1 situation. The boundary will beat all comers. Right out there in front of our boundary line riders, Blake Martin, Ben Warren-Smith.
First touch for the year for Blake.
I wish him many more to come. So, back into play. Right against Haig. It falls to their feet. McCormick was there. Hands it off. Centering kick. That was Bowden. Bouncing ball inside Donvale's forward 50. There was no real target for Bowden. Ferntree Gully under pressure. Tackled. Another stoppage. Thank you once again for joining us for the Eastland match of the round here at Wally Tew Reserve. Grand Final Rematch in Division 3. And another stoppage will happen at centre half forward for Donvale.
Quickly, score update from Surrey Park. Surrey Park 5-8-38 to Warrandyte 3-4-22.
So definitely interesting to keep an eye on specifically the Division 3 games here that will affect these two teams playing today.
Well, Oakley and Coldstream are locked apiece at 28. 3 goals 10 Oakley to 4-4 Coldstream.
Hefty punch there from Braden Wright as Ferntree Gully march forward. Good kick. 2-on-2 situation. Ferntree Gully had the runners. And the kick from Calisparis. Is it on target? It hit the post. Whoa. Gee, that would have been something from nothing there for the dangerous Gavin Calisparis. But instead, it was just another behind. Ferntree Gully 4-7-31. Donvale 3-10-28 in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're in time on.
So a bit of a lead off there as Whitbourne brings it out. They've got the ball off half-back nicely. Little handball off there. Chance for them to maybe pinch a late one out towards the boundary. Ball on the grounds. Can they keep it in over there? And it's picked up nicely over there by Flannery. Did really well. Couldn't quite keep possession, though. And it's bouncing around, trying to get over there and get hands on it. Well, I think that was Brown, but it's a tackle on the ground. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So Into time on, we've had 23 minutes in this first term, and it's a 3-point lead for Ferntree Gully. So anyone's game. As the umpire throws it aloft. Up they go. Braden Wright just belts it forward. Going back there was Bowden under a fair bit of pressure, but he did well. Got out of a tight situation, but he's given it away. And Flannery comes forward and takes the mark. He's been good for Ferntree Gully. Flannery just says, settle it down, boys. Probably aware of how much time there is to go. Now he's telling everyone to get forward, and he puts it onto the boot and goes long. Trying to hit a target up forward. Up they go. Goes right over the back. Braden Wright gets a little handball off. Kaika was there. Went past him, though. Tries to get it, but he's muscled off the ball. Diving on it there was, or trying to dive on it was Kennedy. Now the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So getting a bit untidy at the back end of this second term. 24 minutes gone. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern, and of course also on Facebook and YouTube if you're watching our streams. Great to have you along for the first game of the brand new season as Donvale bringing it out off half-back right out towards this wing. Bouncing, awkward bounce too. As trying to get a hands on it over there was Goldsmith. He's in there, but Kennedy managed to work him off the ball, and that'll be a free kick going the way of Ferntree Gully.
I think it might be Patterson. And his kick found Kaika there on the boundary line. Working their way methodically forward. Once again, the Gully. Braden Wright is down the line, the obvious target. Couldn't quite take the mark, got hands to it, but the spoil came from Nathan Mill, who, I remember him as a wingman a couple of years ago. He's reinvented himself as a very handy defender for the Magpies.
He's had a solid outing as well today, Nathan Mill.
Definitely.
Around the grounds, Knox 3-7-25 lead to Sylvan 1-8. Oakley back in front by 5 points in that clash against Coldstream.
Time ticking down here in the second quarter as the stoppages are becoming more frequent. As the players tire out there as the rain continues to fall. Donvale will get this clearance, but it's been scooped up. Well, not scooped up. He went off the ground there in the end, Patterson. Ferntree Gully will go forward once more. Kalasperis was in a contest there, couldn't take the mark, and goes polar. Ball extracted, tackle laid on Holland, but he got the handball away to McCormick. Donvale to go forward again. They have the numbers. This is dangerous. Rouser, tackled by Kennedy, shrugged it, turned around, takes a bounce. He's going to keep going, Rouser. Dinky little kick there. It wasn't perfect, but it was scooped up. He has time, he has space, he has the boot to ball, and he has missed.
Out on the full.
Out on the full, goodness me.
They do certainly look dangerous as soon as they turn that footy around the half-back line.
Yep.
The way they link up, and I know it was a close tackle there, but you've got to take your chances when Rouser's got the footy.
But some of their shots as well, they've pulled the trigger from places that are very hard to kick from.
Yeah, fair comment as the siren goes, and that is the end of the first half. And I tell you what, we're still none the wiser as who's going to win this one. It's a tight contest, and it's really up for grabs. So half time, it is 4-7-31 Ferntree Gully over Donvale 3-10-28. Just before we go to our break, here's Jared with the goal kickers.
So we've got two for Gavin Kalasperis, one in each quarter. Callum Polar got one in the first quarter, as did Jordan Church. That was the goals for Ferntree Gully. For Donvale, Caleb Djordjevic got one in the first quarter, and Nick Murphy got two in the second.
Thanks, Jared. The Eastland match of the round is where we are at Ferntree Gully. We're going to take a quick break and come back and wrap things up in what's been a pretty interesting first half out here, and then we'll bring you all the action for the second half right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Wally Tew Reserve Eastland Match of the Round live for the Division 3 Grand Final Rematch. Ferntree Gully leading Donvale 4-7-31 to 3-10-28, just beating the major goal kickers Gavin Calaspiris with 2 for Ferntree Gully and Nick Murphy with 2 for Donvale. Josh Wood here alongside Jared Beanland and Ben Warren-Smith. BWS, I'll go to you first. You're down on ground level. What do you make of the contest from down there?
Well, what I take out of that first half is that Donvale have the superior skill and the ability when the ball gets, when there's a turnover and that pressure's applied, they have the ability to move the ball faster and cleaner inside 50 and going forward. What also, though, they've got to work against is the leg speed and the run of Ferntree Gully, who are a player down because we know that SeaWorld is not coming back onto the ground, and it was good. It was good that we saw Nick come back on the ground later on in that term, so they'll be running on with 3. I think probably Donvale will be disappointed they didn't get their noses in front in that term. What's funny as well is the breeze down there. It's playing funny buggers as well. It's really swirly. It often actually stops as well. So you think for a second there's going to be nothing. Then I feel like it actually it changed a little bit and went to Donvale's favour. But at the end of the day, it is pushing across to this side of the ground, right where the grandstand is on the wing. I don't know. This second half, I think the rain's going to come a bit harder. So I think it's going to actually be quite the arm wrestle right through down to the wire as well. And that is just important in this third term to whoever can get that early start. What you need to do is actually make the score count. We've seen so many posters. 3 for Donvale, 1 or 2 for Ferntree Gully. So there's been some really close misses as well. So it's anyone's game at the moment. We thought Donvale, being the reigning premier, the dominant side of last season, were going to come out and probably potentially run away with this game against a very young Ferntree Gully side. But, you can't knock a side like Ferntree Gully who are young and fresh and keen. And that's what they are. They're playing in front of their home ground today. And they're going to take a lot of beating. They've just got to probably hold off at least the first 10 minutes and put some scoreboard pressure on in this third term. Because if Donvale get a sniff or a whiff and they can kick a couple of quick goals, then it could get quite dangerous.
And we've seen in that Division 3 Grand Final, Jared, that they can go on a quick run just like that. I think it was the 15-20 minute mark in the third quarter where they were able to, or sometime during the third quarter, they were able to just run over the top and get the job done and put the grand final to bed. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a lot of noted goal kickers for sure. We haven't seen much of Harry Giles, but he's a dangerous player, of course. The big boys like Haig can go down and take a Mark Murphy, of course, and Ethan Duncan. I was noticing they were really trying to isolate Ethan Duncan there and perhaps expose a little bit of James Burgoyne's inexperience. I feel like Burgoyne has acquitted himself really well against a very dangerous player. Maybe it's Duncan just trying to work his way back into the into some form. We know what he can do when he is in that form, but props go to James Burgoyne, of course. I think in terms of the way the rest of this game is going to play out, with the rain coming down, it might be the bigger bodies of Donvale that will win the day in the end. But you can't underestimate just the momentum that a young team can get. The sort of the competitive spirit that they'll have. The drive to take revenge for the Div 3 Grand Final. And it might turn out that Blake Martin has just shown us all up for chumps.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be something? The debutant.
Yeah, well, that's it. Let's not give him the round of applause yet, because there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what's actually done my head in, though? I talked about it at quarter time or around that first quarter. Yeah. That scoreboard, that countdown situation. But it went to 0, and then for multiple minutes in the first term. But then in the second term, it's gone down to 0, and the siren's been blown. So there's no consistency there. So I actually don't know if one quarter's been shorter than the other. How do they work out time on? It's very, very confusing to me.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the only grounds really that actually has a countdown clock. And I mean, I've mainly focused on the clock that we have here, but sometimes I'll look up and I'm just like, it's a bit confusing, and I wonder if it's confusing the fans as well. But yeah,
let alone the players as well, because I don't know, because it just doesn't make sense, because it wasn't a countdown to the 0 to the siren in the first term, but in the second term it blew on 0.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, and I think they're counting down from 20 minutes for half time as well. So that's a little bit confusing, but. What do you expect for Ferntree Gully, or what do you hope to see for Ferntree Gully in this second half, Jack? Because the conditions might not suit those younger, quicker bodies. It is starting to come down a little bit now. Whereas Donvale, those big bodies of James Rouser, Nick Murphy, Zach Haig, they could potentially thrive in them.
Well, it could be won or lost in the centre for mine. Donvale already. I'm having a look at Paul's stat sheet here. I'm having a bit of I'm copying off him off his work a little bit.
Got the cheat sheet.
Got the cheat sheet, exactly. Donvale are up in the clearances to 20-13, which isn't particularly surprising, seeing how how experienced their midfield is. Yep. The one notable stat here, however, tackles 22-20. In favour of Ferntree Gully, and I think that just speaks about how much intensity they have around the ball, and a lot of their pressure has been just off the back of work rate. Essentially, they've been really good at getting numbers to the man. And laying those tackles. Is it a sustainable way of playing throughout the 4 quarters, especially in round 1? We'll see. I do question that, but it definitely seems to be the main strength that Ferntree Gully has right now, along with their speed.
Yeah, and I mentioned in the call as well that to Ferntree Gully's credit, they didn't make any outside 50 entry or rebound 50 entry easy for the Donvale defence. They apply a ton of pressure, and that's what Brett Keichel said when you spoke with him at quarter time. He was looking for that small forward fleet to bring the pressure, and it'll be interesting to see if they can keep it up for the rest of this game.
Yeah, certainly. The pressure and the push, that was the key for them. And what the message will be, I'm no doubt at halftime, is what they need to take advantage of is that leg speed and that run that they do have in this term. And if they can, against the breeze, which is that swirling breeze that I talk about, but it is a breeze. They just need to they need to stay close. They need to apply that pressure when they get the opportunity, keep their eyes down, and which is what we saw evidence of even in that second term, when they were taking their time and they weren't rushing too much. That's what they've got to do against this breeze in this third term. Look for their opportunities and make the most of them as well. That's the most important thing that's happening at the moment, is that there's a lot of behinds going on the board. So 7 for Ferntree Gully, 10 for Donvale. So there's a lot of close calls and near misses. The side that's going to be able to find those 2 big sticks, it's that's thanks Captain Obvious, but it's very, very important that those goals that should go through.
Yeah, it is still a fair point, because there've been some gettable chances for Donvale. Their chances have been pretty hard to come by, and that's a credit to Ferntree Gully's defence. Ferntree Gully have had some chances as well, but the Donvale defence has held up. As we're going to go to another ad break. When we come back, we'll bring you the second half of action out here between Ferntree Gully and Donvale.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Ferntree Gully Oval or Ferntree Gully Reserve, as we get set for the start of the Wally Tew Reserve. I'll get it right in a minute. We're somewhere anyway. As we get set, as we get set for the start of this third quarter, pretty interesting game this one. It was, I tell you what, we're none the wiser having gotten to half time. It's been a real seesaw battle, and Ferntree Gully have got their noses in front. Probably fair enough too. They lead 4-7, 31 to 3-10, 28. Not a high scoring game, but nonetheless a pretty interesting one. So we'll just have a quick chatter before the players get ready or get into position. Just what we think is going to happen in this second half. And Jared, which way do you think it's going to go from here?
Oh, it's very hard to say. I would still tip Donvale from here just because they are such a professional outfit. They were playing footy last year that was worthy of a higher division, and maybe they're just blowing out the cobwebs a little bit, and we might be seeing them out in full force. They have the stars as well. They have Rouser, they have Haig, they have Murphy. Those are irresistible players when they're on their day.
Just a couple of scores around the grounds before we get started for the second half. North Ringwood lead Bayswater 6-10 to 3-2 at half-time. Beaconsfield, Wanturna South. Beaconsfield have a 7-point lead going into the half-time break over Wanturna South in a low-scoring game. Montrose lead by 23 points, 58 to 35. Park Orchards lead Mooroolbark by 5 goals at half-time. Jumping into Division 2, some interesting results at the moment. A 6-goal second quarter from Croydon sees them in front over East Burwood in that second term.
With the breeze.
With the breeze, according to Matt Lee Spider down at East Burwood Reserve for that game. The Templestowe Ringwood game we're still trying to find some results on. Baronia led Lilydale by 3 goals at quarter time, and we'll continue here with the second half.
So underway in the second half, and it's going to be a pretty interesting one, I'm sure, as the two sides battle it out for the first win of the season. Inside 50 as the ball goes right over the top, chasing it back there. Good spoil by Donvale towards the boundary, and good work there by Whitbourne. one of the new men on this Donvale side. Sorry, Josh.
Sorry, I was about to say, just on that Boronia-Lilydale game, Boronia 7-8-50 to Lilydale 6-3-39 at half-time.
A little bit closer than we thought, as the umpire throws it in. Haig trying to work his way to the front spot, knocks it down. Good work. Taken over there and they're out. So there's Rouser going down the line. Good mark taken there. This is good. Taken by Giles. Giles, though, it goes astray, but he goes back and gets his own footy. Gets it back inside to Wignall. Wignall goes out inside 50 almost. In fact, it goes out wide. Kennedy picks it up over there, but he's under a fair bit of pressure. Ball comes out, and that'll be holding the ball. Is there an advantage paid? The umpire did blow his whistle, but he's let it go, and the mark is taken. There's Big Murphy. And we mentioned just before the probably just before the halftime break that he was starting to look a bit dangerous, and he is starting to get into the game now. Once he gets on the lead, he's a hard man to stop.
And this is where those bigger bodies, those James Rousers and those Nick Murphys might start to take advantage of these conditions.
So Nick Murphy, once he got 2 for the day, so this will be number 3 as he strikes it. I reckon he's got it. Goal umpire didn't move. So good start for Donvale in this second half, and they take the lead early, 4:10:34 to 4:7:31 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3 for Nick Murphy today.
Yeah, absolutely. He kicked bags of 5 times last year, Nick Murphy. Can you do it again?
Well, I reckon he's only had 4 or 5 touches this game even, and he's kicked 3 goals from it. So it just shows you how classy of a player he is.
He didn't touch it much early, did he? But he came into his own in that back end of that half, or that back end of that quarter.
He just doesn't really need to. He needs his 6 or 7 touches to really have an impact, and that's just the way he plays.
So from the centre here, Kennedy wrapped up immediately through Ferntree Gully. We'll have a secondary stoppage. 3-point margin in the way of the Magpies. Vasilis Tyra taps it down. It was sharked by Higney. He was wrapped up again. Another stoppage. 4:7:31 to 4:10:34 in the grand final rematch. Kennedy at the coalface again. Had it ripped away from him. Comes out to Higney. He's got 2 to beat. Holding the ball surely. Yeah, the umpire took a little bit of time to judge whether or not there was advantage. In the end, he decided no. So Kaika will take the free kick. Did a bit of a double twist step there against Haig. Got the kick away to centre half forward. Mark's taken. He's just looking for some options there. Oh, he challenged Church in a 2-on-1 contest. Otten wins it for Donvale. Gets the handball away. Donvale just trying to chain it out through handballs. Didn't work, though, because the tackling pressure from Ferntree Gully was there. That was good stuff by Noonan. And he's forced the stoppage right there at true centre-half forward for the Gully. Tight, tough stuff, blood rule.
Been really impressed with Ethan Kaika's game, and he was the one who just laid that tackle in the middle.
He has.
One of the contenders for the MGT Australia Rookie of the Day as well.
I reckon he's a contender for Eastland best on ground. He's been pretty good through that midfield alongside Lockie Kennedy in that second quarter.
He's been working hard, hasn't he?
And he's the coach's son, so we've got to give it to him.
So play resumes. Taking it straight out of the ruck there was Haig. Bounces the ball towards the centre. Ferntree Gully feast on that opportunity there. It was Christensen. Got the kick towards right half forward. Scooped up by Callisparis. Tackled immediately. Cameron was there.
Just some updates around the ground again in Division 3. It was a big 14-goal combined quarter in the second term. Huge. With Upper Ferntree Gully 10-14-74 leading Fair Park 10-6-66. And Surrey Park lead Warrandyte 70-25.
We'll have another stoppage as Kaika was wrapped up.
And then the other Division 3 games, Knox lead Sylvan Comfortably 36-14, kicking 4 goals 12. And Oakley lead Coldstream by a point.
McCormack to Rouser to Higney. That's 4, 5, 6 of the jumper numbers. They're attacking numerically. And was he going to be able to pick it up here in his forward 50, Murphy? No, he just gets the kick away towards the boundary line. What's that going to be? It's going to be a throw-in.
They rarely call it.
Yeah.
So we see Kyle Higney in that play again. He's been terrific this afternoon. He seems to have been on everything. Been one of Donvale's best players as the umpire sends it in. Gets over the back, bouncing around there, taken away nicely. That was, I think it was Lockie Kennedy, just stole it off his opposite number there. And they've got a chance. Here's Kaika. Talked about him earlier. He's been terrific. Gets the ball on the boot, gets it smothered though. Funny old kick. Coming down, Haig trying to get hands on it eventually. No, in fact, he doesn't take possession. He almost did. And it's on the ground. Diving on it was Goldsmith, or very nearly. Now it's there again. This is a real mess as it comes out for Christensen. One of the Donvale players, Ferntree Gully players, scragged out of the way. Kick forward there by Otten, and he finds a target. So eventually it does settle down. Messy piece of play, and now Donvale a bit more structured as they send it up the middle of the grounds. Goes through the hands, though, of Jordovic. Now it's been turned over as they work it out nicely. This has been one of the strengths of this Ferntree Gully side, how they've worked the ball off half-back. And they turn it over that time. Mill just got a hand in there in the nick of time, but it's going to come back off the boot of Polar. Polar's kick bounces past his opposite number in Cameron. On the ground there, Cameron goes in and gets it again and just thumps it out wide. Bit of space and time for Jordovic, but he gets Giles it is, sorry. Now they go up the line. It's a nice kick too, taken there. Now can they get something going here, Donvale? Down the line they go, and almost a mark taken there by Murphy, but he went without it. Goes back and gets his own footy. Now it's Duncan. Duncan gets a handball over the top. Back to, there's the kick from Jordovic, and he doesn't quite get the purchase on it, and it's marked right on the line, and Ferntree Gully to bring it out.
When they get the space, both teams are moving the ball really well, even with slippery conditions. On the outer side there, Ferntree Gully trying to work their way out. Mark taken by Shane Woolley. Calls himself Shagger, apparently. Little low ball. And another mark taken there for the Gully. Once again, this methodical build-up. Kennedy takes the mark. You'd expect him to be able to pick out a target. Who has he got? They really have slowed it up. Donvale covering all the exits. And was that a mark? It was. A diving attempt there. So well done. I believe that might be Crocker out there. Sam Crocker, consistent player for the Gully last year. His kick went over the pack. Kaika there, tackled by Otten. Got a little tap away. And I think that tap was called a throw. So Otten will take the free kick and the 25-metre penalty as well, because it wasn't handed back to him sufficiently. Let's go down to Blake Martin on the boundary line.
Callisperis has just come off for Gully, wincing and holding his right-hand side. Looks like it could be a rib issue, and he's walking down to the rooms now.
Spearing kick by Duncan, inside forward 50. It's a loose ball in the goal square for Donvale. Did he get a diving kick at it there? He did! And that would be Ben Lyle.
Oh, sorry.
So impressive stuff there. Let's watch the replay. That was a soccer-style attempt. Goodness me. That's got to be a Tobin
Brothers goal
of the
day, contender.
That's the one.
Jeez, that's a fair effort, Ben Lyle. I don't think I've seen that.
And they're the frustrating ones for Kaika. Obviously, you want your side to just be able to kill that footy. They had the numbers there, but fantastic finish.
And a bit fumbly in their defence as well, just led to that goal, which is still a terrific effort.
Indeed. So I don't know if the moisture's playing a part, but it's been a very scrappy start to this second term as the ball is back in the middle, and it's going to be a secondary stoppage, as I think it's Ethan Duncan on the bottom. No, in fact, it's not Ethan Duncan, it's Bowden. Up it goes. Zach Haig against Braden Wright. A bit of an all draw that time as the ball comes out to Church. Scrubby kick down the line. There's no one within cue of it. They're just ambling after it here like they're out for a Sunday stroll. Picked up over there by Liardi. Liardi goes into the ground. That's a poor kick, and Braden Wright says thank you very much. Takes an uncontested mark and just chips it forward through the hands. Definitely got to be some... And it's Kaika again. He's been taken. So he's had a bit of a couple of 60 seconds to forget, Kaika, should I say. After playing pretty well in the first half, Ethan Kaika. He's the chip across the ground, but the umpire says, hang on a minute, we'll bring it back. It's Maxi Otten chases. He's been good today too.
Really? After the first quarter, you were
panning him.
He got back into the bit in the second quarter, to be honest. He played a bit better. So kick forward there by out wide by Cameron. Picks out Mill. Now it's Otten. Yeah, true. He wasn't that good in the first quarter, but came back in the second. I'll let him off. Down the line they go, trying to find a target. He gets right over the back. Chasing through was Jordovic. As the ball is on the ground, Giles did well. Goes one way, then goes back. Then puts the little kick forward, trying to hit a mark, but that's easily cut off over there. And it'll be a rebound for Ferntree Gully.
Gully defence holding up really well. That exit wasn't so clean, though. Smashing in was Jordovic of the Blaze variety. And he ensures the fact it's gone over the line.
Well, certainly under a lot of pressure, and those injuries are taking their toll. So, but they're hanging in there. It's still only 4 points, and if they can get a goal against the flow of play at the moment, that'd be huge.
Right taps it down. Donvale fighting for it. And, Kennedy actually got the handball away. An absolute rainmaker there for the Gully. Spilled out the back to Otten. So Donvale will take possession again. Ablett was wrapped up. Somehow managed to get the ball to Otten, who steps around his opponent. Sends it inside forward 50. Playing in front was Burgoyne. Couldn't quite take the mark. Donvale continue to fight for it. They've got a chance here through Djordjevic. Kicks it off the ground, but it's like he was aiming for the behinds there. And just the 1 point. We've got Donvale 4-12-36. Ferntree Gully 4-7-31. 11 minutes gone in the third quarter here at Wally Tew Reserve. And we haven't really spoken about Calisperas coming off either. That's really
massive.
Big.
That's massive. He's, as I mentioned in the first half, he's been Ferntree Gully's most dangerous forward, so to lose him is a bit of a blow.
Do we know if any of those guys are off for the rest of the game, or is it...
Seward definitely was.
Yeah, we know at least one is out, but the boys on the boundary can chase that one up for us. Lockie Kennedy takes possession on the ground. The umpire says it was a mark. I think he got initial touch and then he managed to mark it on the second grab. Now Kennedy, it's not a great kick, or that might turn out okay. Ball on the ground. It actually did turn out okay in the end. But lucky there was Noonan just belts it forward to a 2-on-1 contest. Nicely done by Otten. Ball out towards the boundary and eventually goes across the boundary. Braden Wright appealing for, I think, deliberate, but the last time they played deliberate in the EFNL was, I think, about 1905.
So many of these kicks forward from Ferntree Gully are going to 2-on-1 situations. I think that speaks a lot to Donvale's defensive efforts going back. We've got Paul Uconi in the stat centre.
The clearances are 22-18 the way of Donvale. That's not just this quarter, that's for the whole game, but it's 8 inside 50s to 3 this quarter in favour of Donvale.
Thank you, Paul. So a free kick was picked out there for Donvale, and it's going to be Bowden centering it up. Kick right up the middle of the ground here. So Donvale, they're on the march. Ball goes over the pack there, and it's Ferntree Gully with numbers at ground level and the cleanliness as well by hand. Well, that's just come unstuck, however. Donvale pressure mounting. Kick forward there for the Gully. Good attempt there to mark, but it just came unstuck. We've got a 41 out there for Ferntree Gully, who I've not got on my my player sheet, but Donvale continue to... Oh, it's Jake Brown, thank you. Liardi tackled over the line.
Crossed down.
Boundary throw in. Let's go down to Ben Warren-Smith.
Well, ever since Besto tried to start a fight with Maxi Otten in the first quarter, he's really turned the tables and had a sensational third quarter here. He's had about 6 intercepts and hitting every target.
I did acknowledge that.
Someone must have spoken to him at quarter time.
Clearance by Kaika. His handball went backwards, though, and over the line again.
Oh, come on, fellas. Give me a break. It's the first week.
Well, mind you, his first quarter wasn't all too great.
Thank you, Josh.
I will back you in, Besto, but he has put that first quarter to shame.
Braden Wright nearly got a fist.
I'm going home.
And it looks like it's holding the man there. And Rouser will take the free kick. Captain of Donvale. Such an important player. Haven't called his name too much this quarter. He's been outpointed a little bit by Kennedy. So it's a short ball towards centre half forward. He picked his target. Spilled out of hands, and the kick forward went from Woods. So Ferntree Gully. Oh, great tackle there. And that's without it, surely. The tackle by Ablett. Ferntree Gully will take the free kick. And this is Jake Brown. Sends it wide. Mark taken by Church. He's going to kick it back. Very considered ball movement here by Ferntree Gully. They went to Woolley. Now to Polar. And to centre half forward. Good mark taken. Hand off from Kennedy. High ball towards the goal square. Liardi, well, he completely melted that one. It's at ground level. And good stuff there by Whitbourne. Able to pick it up. Composed. His kick goes wide. He's searching for the boundary. Higney's there as well. And he's taken it over there from a challenge from Ostrom.
Around the grounds out at Mulgrave Reserve, the line's 3-6-24, trail Waverley Blues 6-8-44 at halftime.
So umpire to throw it on the far side. As Ferntree Gully continue to pepper away. He's Braden Wright. He's got into the game quite nicely in this term. He gets a little tap down, but it's been won by Donvale. They get it forward. Possibly going to come back, though, because there's plenty of extra players back there for the Gully. Kick goes inside Church. Couldn't quite get his hands on a high bounce as the ball bounces around over there. Nicely scooped up over there by Giles. And here they come, Donvale. There's the shot forward. There's Murphy. I reckon he'll get the better of his man here. Tries to get a soccer on the ground. And no, it's gone through for a point. Oof. I thought he might have won the duel there, but a good bit of work by the defender. They managed to just worry him off it, and Ferntree Gully live to fight another day. So they'll bring it back in. Just trying to get some free men. A chip across the back line. Nicely done. Woods it is. Nicholas Woods out here. Goes out towards Braden Wright on this wing. Wrestles his man out of the way. Ball goes right over the top, though. There's plenty of Donvale players chasing back. One of them is that Haig? No, it's Liardi who comes across. And it goes out of bounds. Just about in front of us here on our broadcast position, so around about centre wing. So still only 11-point game, 42 plays 31 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Haig the tap down into the hands of Church, who takes possession. And what's the umpire paid here? Sling tackle. Okay. Fair enough, so Church it is. Just looking around for someone to kick to. Now he goes down the line. It's a bit of a dusty old kick. Just trying to make something out of it was Brown, but they've almost turned this over. Liardi taps it, but they're going to get it back here. Little ball forward. Almost getting hands on it there was Polar, and eventually it's on the ground, and I think we'll have to have a stoppage here. Just inside 50. So we've had, this quarter's gone quickly. We're almost 17 minutes in, and the margin just 11 points in favour of Donvale on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as the umpire sends the ball aloft. Nicely won there out of the stoppage by Vasilius Tyra. He's played all right today. He's been up against Haig, so he hasn't had the easiest job in the world, but he's played pretty well.
Indeed, he's been winning a lot of the ruck contests, which is not something you can always say against Haig. Donvale much forward once again. It's Lyle turns around, gets the kick away, but good defence there by Ferntree Gully. Now here comes their attack from the half back line. Liardi came up to meet it, but it was his teammate there in Goldsmith. Just got the handball away despite immense pressure. Good tackling by Donvale once again as Ferntree Gully nearly turned it over. And that was Liardi and Goldsmith teaming up really well to halt that march forward for Ferntree Gully. You really need to start getting the scores on the board, the Gully, otherwise it might slip away from them.
Donvale aren't making it easy for them, though. They've upped their pressure.
For certain. Now it's Braden Wright. Edged out of it there in the ruck contest. That was well worked by Fitalani. And let's go to the stat centre with Paul Yukoni.
10 tackles to 4 in favour of Donvale in this third quarter.
They really have upped the pressure then, haven't they?
They have.
Fitalani, once again, good use of the body in that ruck contest. Goldsmith just wends his way through. Couldn't quite get a clean handball away, but was held on to. And the umpires picked that one out. So Tom Goldsmith from the centre of the ground here for Donvale. As we're a minute and a half away from time on. That was a really scrubby kick. It just went straight into the hands of Kennedy. Challenged immediately, though. Wasn't quick enough. Had to turn tackler. Burrowing his way through there was Djordjevic. Braden Wright bowled over. Goodness me, this is very scrappy, but Ferntree Gully was able to work it out. Smothered kick. Bounced into the hands of Fitalani. Sends it to a one-on-one contest. And Ferntree Gully have the numbers in the end. Well worked there through some handballs. Desperate stuff there by Rouser.
Boundary.
Sorry, Wignall. And Braden Wright's in a bit of trouble there as we're going to have a stoppage. Let's go down to... Oh, no, it's not a stoppage. It's a free kick going the way of Blaise Djordjevic. And we'll go down to Blake Martin on the boundary line.
Ty Christensen's just come off for Gully holding his ribs, and also... That Harvey?
Braden Wright just in front of us here, just getting a bit of work. It might be a bit of cramp down there, but he looks like he's having a siesta.
So Donvale's attack there fizzled out completely as an intercept mark was well taken by Nick Woods. Ferntree Gully will come forward again. Liardi working hard to get back to that loose ball. Turns onto the right, kicks it back to the wing, kicks it over the head of Djordjevic. And another throw in there. Gee, Braden Wright.
I'll tell you what, I'm no doctor, but I think he might have a bit more than cramp. He looks in a bad way.
Might just have to stop the play here.
Yeah. And I think that's what they've done.
It looked like he was clutching his knee maybe before.
Yeah, he does not look a well boy.
No. Slowly working his way up.
While this is happening, the ball has been thrown in. Rouser gets the clearance, hands it off to Zalek. High ball inside forward 50 for Donvale. It's gone over the back of Murphy. Haig was there, but a strong mark taken by the Gully defence. Is that Harvey, I believe? And he will take it out of defence to Polar.
Certainly got to give them their credit. They've held up really well in this quarter.
Under a lot of pressure. Wide to Church.
He's been pretty good in the ruck. At least he's made a contest out of it.
So some surreptitious comments here from Ray Beard. He's not even on the commentary today. So they sent it out wide up. They flow. Mark is taken there by Crocker. Crocker out on this far side. Good mark from him. So Crocker it is. Lucky there were no expletives on that. As he goes down the line, Mark is nicely taken. That's Kennedy. He's been really good today, Kennedy. You just see his class. He sort of pops in and out of the game, but everything he does is just done so well. Here he is, wheeling onto the right foot, goes towards the hot spot. They fly, but easily marked there by Max Otten, who's played particularly well today, apart from that first quarter.
Lol.
So gives the ball off, though, is Dutchy Holland. Chips it across the half-back line. Mark is taken over there as they just work it out towards the boundary. Mark taken by Higney. He's been very good as well. He's sort of gone out of the game in recent times, but he was good for the first half or so. Ball on the grounds, and they burst out away from it here. Nice work there by Mill as they go inside 50, or almost, as the ball is spilled on the ground. Picked up over there by Brown. Starting to get a bit scrappy here towards the back end of this game as Patterson brings it forward. They could do with the next goal. There's the mark taken by Wally. Wally reels around. He decides to go back. They've got to take the game on here a little bit as the ball goes out wide. That's good play. Mark taken there by Patterson. So Patterson, go son, put it to the hot spot. See who's there. It's all Donvale players at the moment, but here's a chance. It falls into the hands of Harvey. He wheels around, lets one go, but he's way off target. And in fact, it's still in over there. And Donvale are going to have to work it out. There's Otten now with the footy. Otten steps his man. He's quite agile for a big man. He gets the kick out wide and the mark is taken, and Donvale will bring it out off half-back.
Boundary.
Let's go down to Blake Martin on the boundary line. Oh, actually, sorry to interrupt. There was a quick intercept there by Crocker. He sent it inside forward 50. Hasn't quite found a target. Donvale, well, he left that one behind. Did Holland. Scooped it back up. Wasn't enough pressure there from the forward 50.
Oh.
Great mark by Flannery. It was a 3-on-1 contest. Poor decision-making there for Donvale. Rouser was completely outpointed. Now we'll go down to Blake Martin on the boundary.
Ty Christensen's just returned to the field of play. Obviously nothing too serious to do with that issue previously.
That's good to hear. No mark taken from that, but Noonan scoops it up. Gets it back from a clever little tap from Vasilis Tyra. And his kick inside forward 50 has been marked. And this is Max Hibbett.
Now, he attempted a shot on goal in the second quarter, pretty much a similar spot, but this one is a bit closer in. He could still get it, BWS.
It is a huge ask.
So, just to cut Donvale's margin back, steady the ship for Ferntree Gully. Kicks on its way, and it's gone across the face of goal. And just the 1 point. Got the distance indeed.
So it's going to be a, what's that, make it a 10-point game. So it's only a couple of kicks in it. And getting late in this third term, here's Max Otten to bring it back in onto the left boot. Trusty left boot out wide. It's a good mark taken over there, so they do well. Nicely marked over there by Jordovic. That's Caleb. Of course, brother also on this side today. Blaze on debut. Played pretty well as well. He's Higney again. Goes down the line. Ball doesn't find a target. Picked up over there by Zalek. He's in a bit of trouble, but he manages to extricate himself nicely. Gets the ball back to that man Higney again. And it's all completely untidy. And thankfully the three-quarter time siren goes. And that is the end of 3 terms. So 1 quarter left out here at Ferntree Gully, Wally Tew Reserve. And it's Donvale with a 10-point lead. It's 5-12-42 to 4-8-32. Here's Jared with the goal kickers.
Thank you, Besto. So for Ferntree Gully, Jordan Church has just the one, as does Callum Polar. Gavin Kalasparis, who hasn't made his return to the ground just yet, with 2. And for Donvale, 3 for Murphy, 1 for Caleb Djordjevic, and 1 for Ben Lyle.
So, three-quarter time out here at Wally Tew Reserve, and it's up for grabs. 10-point lead to to Donvale, over Ferntree Gully. We'll take a quick break, come back with some thoughts, and then we'll wrap it all up and get into the last quarter after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Wally Tew Reserve. So 1 quarter left in this opening game of the season in Division 3, and it's a pretty interesting clash out here. 10-point lead at the moment to Donvale, 42-32. Low-scoring game, 5 goals, plays 4. And really, I think it's pretty obvious to say that probably Ferntree Gully will need at least the first couple of this term, because if they were to concede a couple early, bearing that they haven't been able to find the big poles too often, it might be a bridge too far. But still, boys, they're right in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great contest between the two sides, and Ferntree Gully, a couple of players down on the bench, so it's certainly going to make it tough in this last quarter. We thought that Donvale probably controlled that third term with their forward 50 entries, but it's really neither side has taken the most of their opportunities. So if Ferntree Gully can kick the first one, you're back to less than a goal in it, and obviously it's game on. But one goes the other way, it's going to make it quite difficult in a low-scoring game. But for me, Jared, I think Donvale will hold on here, considering they've got a full bench compared to Ferntree Gully. But it's still wide open.
We'll go to Paul in a second. I just want to ask, do you throw Flannery forward, given that you don't have Carlos Barris anymore?
I don't know. I think you keep him back because Donvale are looking quite threatening at the moment.
Yeah,
and,
it's robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, you're right. And their defence has held up quite well as we go to the stats centre with Paul Uconi.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out about the inside 50s that it is really important for Ferntree Gully to get a good start, because they haven't had too many inside 50s in this game, only 23 inside 50s to 41 of Donvale. But I think what's keeping them in this game is the intercept marks, 11 to 5 the way of Ferntree Gully. So whenever they get the chances, they need to take advantage of them.
Absolutely, certainly right. Josh, have we got some scores around the grounds? I think we had a updated score from Upper Ferntree Gully, which we had an incorrect one on the Play HQ app.
We did. So at three-quarter time, it's Fair Park a 1-point lead, 9-5-59 to 8-10-58. So a bit of inaccuracy costing Upper Ferntree Gully. Of course, we mentioned it was 66 to 74 at half time. As we go down boundary side to Blake Munn, who I believe has the Donvale coach Kevin Collins.
Joined by Brent Kirker. Kevin Collins. Happier with your team's performance in that third quarter?
Yeah, it was a bit of an improvement on the first half. I thought that we got first to the ball in that quarter and we put a bit of pressure on and we managed to wrestle our way back into the game. So it was an improvement, but there's still a long way to go.
Injuries plaguing both sides. How are you seeing this fourth quarter playing out given the injuries suffered?
Yeah, it'll be just probably a case of attrition actually, because I think we've got one down and I think they've got two down. So it's just probably first game and it'll just be just a hard slog in that last quarter. Just got the legs.
Thanks for your time. Go well in the fourth.
Thank you to Blake Martin. Just some other Division 3 scores. Knox pulling away from Sylvan, 8-18-66 to Sylvan, 2-3-15. Oakley District, 9-10-64 to Coldstream, 7-8-50 and three-quarter. And we'll go down boundary side to Benmore and Smith.
Guys, I was over at Ferntree Gully's huddle, and they're up and about. Don't worry about that. Brent Kiker was pretty happy with that term. The only downfall he thought that they had was that he thought that they were very one-paced at stages. When he knows they can run them off their feet, they're playing to win this game. Flannery will go one out in the goal square. He wants to find the switch, go through the middle, run them off their legs. They're playing to win.
There you go. And we're underway for the final quarter here. Braden Wright kicks it out of the centre square. Overrunning it was Patterson. And, turning and twisting and able to avoid his man was Purdon. Gets the kick inside forward 50, but the intercept mark has been taken by Mill.
Sorry, Jared, you're correct.
Yeah, I thought you were the smarter one in that situation. I was deferring to you, but it turns out Brett Kiker has rolled the dice. So Donvale exit 50, but not without challenges. Liardi had some time, had some space, got the kick over. I believe this is Holland. Got the handball back. Scrubby ball at the feet of Giles. So Ferntree Gully will win it back here. And the kick goes forward from Harrison. Bouncing ball into the path of Woods. But it's just going to trickle over the line inside.
Cross down.
Forward 50. Let's go down to Ben Warren Smith.
Well, the most consistent player on the ground today has been the scoreboard. It's decided now it's going to count up for this last term. and Ray Baird standing next to me, he just wants to make sure the clock goes back an hour tonight.
So, just under that confusing scoreboard, the throw-in came. Haig got the kick away. Clearing kick for Donvale. Looks like it might come right back there. Through a chain of handballs. It couldn't pick it up there, could Crocker. Had to shovel it away. Donvale apply the clamps and got the ball back. Rouser takes the mark, looking for options inboard. Finds one. This is Wignall. Kicks it inside forward 50. Duncan one out. Great punch by Burgoyne. Duncan not beaten yet. And it's spilt to ground there. Wayward handball. And it's dangerous here. Picked up by Lyle. He gets his second. Ferntree Gully mistake in the defensive 50. We're looking at the replay now, and it was Burgoyne completely missed his target with the handball. Brody Harrison watched it sail past him, and Ben Lyle scooped it up and took the 6 points. So there's that first goal for Donvale that we thought was all important. They're 6-12-48 to 8-32 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So a bit of a killer for the home side, but still 16 points. They're not out of it yet, but it's going to make it a little bit harder for them as the umpire gets set to throw it up in the middle. Real coach killer that when you've got inside your own attacking a defensive 50 at least and you make a mistake. Now Haig wins it out of the ruck, gets it forward. They don't want to concede again here. Going back and trying to get hands on it was Christensen. He still got it, but eventually it goes free. Another Ferntree Gully player diving on it, and I think we'll have a stoppage. Umpire says yes, we will. It was Harrison on the bottom of that. So, Ferntree Gully, where are the goals going to come from? Braden Wright, who was looked like he was almost out of the game earlier when he went off the field, but he's back out there, so it may well have just been a spot of cramp because he looks okay. Umpire to throw
He
it
loves
up.
the theatrics.
Well, he came off the ground. He looked like he'd been shot, but he's looking a little brighter at the moment. Bit of magic water, so it's out of bounds on the far side of the ground.
Quick score update from East Burwood Reserve. East Burwood 4-3-27 trail. Croydon 8-4-52 at 3/4 time.
And so umpire to throw it in. Here's Haig. It's right against Haig. Goes right over the top this time. Diving on it, in fact, almost diving on it was one of the Donvale players. But it's Ferntree Gully that have got it on the bottom of there. And I think it's Harvey down there. And he's got a free kick as well. Might have copped a high one. So Harvey puts a little chip kick out wide. Doesn't, not marked, but they've still got possession. Now it's done by Christensen. He wheels around onto his left boot and goes down the line, but he needs to hit a target and he doesn't. Marcus cut off over there. Another wasted opportunity. And Donvale bring it away.
Inside forward 50 for the Vales. Strong mark taken by Murphy out in front of Burgoyne. That's a bit of a size difference there for the Ferntree Gully defender. Murphy's
that's probably the key difference between the two sides. The size and height of Donvale has been a talking point, certainly last year, coming into this game as well with the outs that Ferntree Gully have.
Murphy's kicked 3, 2 in the second quarter, 1 in the third. Will kick it from the paint. Left foot ball. Braden Wright is there wrestling with his man, and it's just bounced over the wrong side of the post for Donvale. They score the one behind.
Speaking of height, have you seen the Gully runners?
No.
Oh. Yeah, he's a young lad. So, Waterboy indeed. Thank you, Lee. So, kicking it inside, back into play there for the Gully. Mark taken by Shane Woolley. He's going to look for the target along the boundary line. Foregoes Braden Wright. Max Otten was there and he copped a shove. Woods wasn't happy with that. Advantage paid. Liardi kicks it straight back. Rouser was the target. Good body work by him. Couldn't take the mark. Zalak is there on the outside. This is Djordjevic. Centres the ball to his, I believe, brother Caleb, but he was beaten to it. And Donvale had to turn tackler there with Lyle. It's going to be a stoppage. Let's go down to Ben Warren-Smith.
Just on those young water boys, they're actually the sons of Daniel Diesso, former player down here. So the young lads just getting a feel for the pitch before they put on the jumper in later years, no doubt.
That's a family affair down there. Top of the goal square kick for Donvale. Spilled out of the chest of Murphy. Picks it back up. Had to shrug a tackle that was consumed by the tacklers of Ferntree Gully. They'll take it away. Mark taken on the wing. Woods turns and goes. Kicks it straight to a loose man there. It went straight past Whitbourne into the hands there of Hibbard, who's hit the post.
Gee whiz.
Hands on the head there in frustration because that was a golden opportunity.
Jeez, that would have been the one.
Oof. Yep. It would have. I reckon it would have been the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. I know Lyle's was good, but that would have been in such an important moment there for Ferntree Gully.
So, could have been a big moment. That a goal then would have really livened the game up. Still, back to 16 points as Max Otten takes it and just drives it down the ground. Ball gets right over the back. Nice mark taken there by Rouser. Rouser, a little short chip out wide. Out to Haig, who gets it on the first bounce. Floats one over the top. Still there. It's McCormack, little short ball off. Here they come. Through the middle of the ground come Donvale. The kick out wide, but it's not a good one, and it's been marked over there by Hayden Harvey. And he's going to bring it out, so... Needs to be short by boot here. Needs to find a target. Goes long. There's a few Donvale players there, and they're probably going to force a turnover here. On the ground, picked up there nicely by McCormack it was. He got it down the line. But a good mark taken over there by Murphy. He's a long way from home, but he's come out and taken a good mark. And he's going to go back and have a crack.
And the delivery to Murphy has been pretty strong as well.
Yeah. So I reckon he could kick it from almost anywhere. You sort of look at the distance and you think he's a long way out, but if anyone's going to get it from, because where is he? He's right out wide, so be a lengthy kick.
Just loves to take his time too.
But he likes to build up the 30, doesn't he? So here he comes, Nick Murphy. This will really be the icing on the cake if he can nudge this through. Doesn't give it a lot, but he easily gets the distance, and that is a goal. Nick Murphy, that's a contender for the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. Made it look so easy, just get no kick at all, no effort at all, and it sails through easily. So another goal for Donvale, and that makes it extremely difficult now. It's out by 22 points to score, 7-13-55 to 49-33. Bendigo back scoreboard down to Blake Martin on the boundary.
Church has just come off for Gully, just clutching the right calf a little bit. I'll keep you guys posted on that.
Great goal there from Nick Murphy as well. On the right side for a left footer and just casually swing by it. And could have done better, the Ferntree Gully defence, because I had a feeling that that Murphy would have just gone inside and snapped it through.
Back into the centre, Braden Wright won the tap and the free kick. So they're really going to have to put the foot on the gas now. 22-point deficit. And
25.
Whoa, that's a 25-metre penalty there against Harrison Giles. Clumsy, and, well, Wright was clumsy as well. He just fell over the ball, got back up, got his kick away, and that is a blazing shot away at goal. It's just been punched back into play. Hibbard passes it to Flannery, swings onto his right, top of the goal square, one-on-one contest, spills out the back, it's in the pocket. Djordjevic is going to have to be composed, and he was. That was an excellent little kick there to relieve the pressure. Well done, Blaze, Djordjevic. And Donvale will just slow things down a little bit. Make things a little less hectic. Down the line kick. Rouser was actually able to take the mark there. A couple of grabs at the cherry. Bites at the cherry even. Spearing ball. Onto centre wing. Mark taken by Wignall. He's going to kick it to centre half forward. And it's 4 Donvale players there just about alone. Ferntree Gully closed in, but Goldsmith won the ball. His handball went through the hands of Holland. He had time and space to make up for it. Goldsmith got it back towards centre half forward. Ferntree Gully are going to have to apply the pressure here because it's all Donvale. Snap round the body, kick inside forward 50, but the intercept mark was taken. Oh, he played on straight into a tackle. This is dangerous for Sluice. Tyra is going to have to be good there. He tapped it to his opposite ruckman in Haig. High ball to the top of the goal square, but it was all Ferntree Gully.
So it's Ferntree Gully to bring it out. They were a bit lucky to get out of that. Kennedy, he's gone out of the game. Sorry, it's Crocker. My bad. Crocker out wide, trying to find a target, and he does.
Cross down.
In the hands of Harrison as we go boundary side with Ben Warren Smith.
I think let's call Hayden versus Tyra HBT.
Good idea.
Yeah. Yes, let's never say his name again. I think we've all butchered it today as the ball goes into the contest, and I think it's McCormack who gets shoved to the ground. He's going to get a free kick as well. So umpire said it was either overzealous or high, one of the two. No, in fact, he's given away the free
holding
kick.
The ball, he threw
holding
it.
the ball,
Yep.
sorry. I thought it was a dangerous tackle. So free kick goes the way of Ferntree Gully. Out wide it goes, up they fly again, ball on the grounds, and diving on it there. Is that Maxi? I think it is under there. The umpire says we'll have a ball up. So we've had 11 minutes gone, so time is ticking away. The clock is not the best friend of Ferntree Gully. They need 4 goals to get in front, and it's going to be a big ask, but stranger things have happened. Another ball up, says the umpire. Up it goes. Haig beaten to the tap this time in the end. He didn't really contest much as the ball in the hands of Wignall. Fires it out wide, bouncing towards the boundary line. Good work over there by Djordjevic of the Caleb variety. Now they go down the line. Over the top, all good mark taken there by McCormack. He just shoved his man, worked his man under the ball and takes a good mark, and he will go back and have a crack. So, first game of the season. Nice to get some early points on the board, and at this stage it looks like it's going to be Donvale with the 4 points, but Ferntree Gully may still have something to say. Now it's McCormack. He lines up. Hasn't got a goal today, Jake. He's a chance to get one here. Doesn't really give it much. He just nudges it forward, and he's off target, so puts it through for a minor score, and one more to the Donvale score. It's 7-14-56, playing 4-9-33. Bendigo back scoreboard after 12 minutes of the last term.
So game would have been threatening to lose its sting if McCormack was accurate there. Instead, we have a kick in from Burgoyne. Diving mark taken on the outer side by the Sleaze Tyra. There's a man running past him, ignores. Kicks it down the line. They're going to have to build something quickly here, the Gully. And it's not going to happen from this contest because Donvale have won it back in the hands of Giles. Hands it off to Wignall. High ball, top of the goal square. Murphy's there. Taps it down. No, not quite. Oh, it was a mark taken. That was well done by Burgoyne. He played in front. And, the ball just slipped out of the hands there of Woolley. Donvale, Rouser runs to the centre of the 50. Unchallenged, snaps the goal. And now you would say it's going to be much more of an uphill battle for the Gully.
Yeah, I think that's it now. 29 points the margin, and just starting to get on top of that game. They've had a couple of chances, Ferntree Gully, in this final term, but haven't been able to make the most of them. But I think the margin, although it might stretch out past that 5-goal margin, might not be a accurate reflection on this game. I thought Ferntree Gully have certainly put in a great effort with a young side and a side that's been through the wars today.
It has.
Looking at that bench.
Quick score update out at Oakley District. Coldstream lead 10-9-69 to Oakley District 9-10-64. And also another score update from Div 3. Surrey Park 15-17, 107 to Warrandyte 3-7-25.
So back in the middle, Liardi charges out the front of the stoppage, gets it forward. Can they get another one, Donvale? The floodgates could really open here as the margin now out to a pretty creditable 29 points. But as Ryan said, it's probably not a true reflection of the game because Ferntree Gully have been right in this up until probably the last, 10, 15 minutes where Donvale have just started to get on top and have effectively iced the game. But nonetheless, still time to go as the umpire gets set to throw it back in. Flat throw right over the back. Trying to get hands on it over there was, can't see who that was, picked up over there by Jordovic, who has a crack at goal. And what's he done here? Into the goal square, and it's been touched through for a minor score. So one more to the total. We've had 14 and a half minutes played. Just waiting for the board to tick over. It's 8:15.63 to 4:9.33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Burgoyne kicks it in. He's going to be a handy defender for Ferntree Gully, to say the least, I think. He's done well against the pair of Duncan and Murphy. So the handball there for Ferntree Gully. They've made it all the way forward to their 50. Picked up by Woods. Great smother, though. Donvale continue to pressurise them. Zalak was buffeted, but got the handball away. Mill, handballs backwards. And the kick across the goal square finds Wignall. Wignall now to Higney. Mark taken by the former Baldwin man. Over the top now to Holland. They are doing their best to take the sting out of the game. The Magpies down the line. Rouser buffeted by his opponent, so Ferntree Gully will win it back. They're going to have to go quickly here. Over the top now to Noonan. Over to Polar. His kick was smothered, though. Holland wins it back. Oh, it's gone to Kaika, though. And kicking it across the ground there, Ferntree Gully. Picked up. Shot at goal. 1-on-1 contest in the goal square. It's going to beat them both. Harvey and Mill it was over the boundary line. 16 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And it's a 30-point lead to Donvale. Let's go to the Stats Centre with Paul Uconi.
10 inside 50s to 5 in favour of Donvale in this last quarter.
So not too much to make the most of there for Ferntree Gully's forwards, unfortunately. Braden Wright just takes it out of the ruck. He's going to do something. Snap around the body there. That was Purdon. Top of the goal square. Punch away from Donvale. And it's found Wignall. The handball just kept the ball alive. Kaika pounces on it. Gets the kick away. I thought it was smothered. So no mark taken. Kaika gets it back, though. And whistle's gone. Throw. And the free kick will go the way of Donvale. So once again, the advance was halted.
So McCormack it is who has the ball, pops it inside. Donvale just happy just to slow it down. Now they have control of this game. Cameron just looking for the next target. Decides to go long with nothing really on. Short goes inside 50 up. They fly. Good mark taken over there by Caleb Jordovic. He played pretty well today. Here he goes trying to find a target. Duncan it was. He wheels around. Did really well and he has missed. That would have been a great goal if he could have put that through. But he did all the hard work and then he was off target with the shot and it goes through for a minor score. So one more to the total. Going up in ones at the moment. It's 8:16.64 to 4:9.33. Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Here's Ben Warren Smith, who is down on the boundary.
Just wanted to make a mention. A couple of Kyles who have played really well today for Donvale. First half by Kyle Higney was sensational, but Kyle Wignall has really stepped up in this second half.
Both wingers, both playing on the wing, I believe, as well. So bit of a Kyle-centric theme on the wing for Donvale, but they have performed pretty well. Those two.
As we waited a while for the ball to come back. Ferntree Gully to kick it in. Down the line. Well, it was a poor kick. It was cut off immediately by Fitalani. Passes it off to McCormack. Got a target inside. Ignores him. Prefers to go further forward. Duncan goes up, couldn't quite take the mark. It's a ground level. Hack kick out of defence. Braden Wright drops it. Ball in dispute. Not clean hands there for the Gully. They need to be as clean as they possibly can. So Crocker scoops it up, kicks it out. Touch play on was the call. Ferntree Gully are going to go forward. There's only a one-on-one contest forward to the ball, but the tackle was laid there by Cameron. Ball works his way back to centre half forward. Picked up by Woods. He's got a man steaming after him. Was able to get the kick away before he was tackled. And he's got the goal.
Great finish.
Great goal.
So despite the pressure, Nick Woods was able to steady himself and fire a long bomb for the 6 points at Ferntree Gully. And that's their first goal since the second quarter. So breaks quite a bit of a drought. And I think it's going to be too little too late, unfortunately, with 19 minutes gone in the final quarter. And the margin is still 25 points.
Cross down.
Let's go down to Ben Warren-Smith.
Is that a clubhouse leader for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day?
Just about to say that BWS took the words out of my mouth. Yes, definitely.
I still think the soccer by Ben Lyle was probably better.
So
for
we've got
mine.
a free kick from the stoppage. Nobody's
Ferntree
going to
Gully's way.
It is going to free kick. 6-6-6, I think it was. So it's going to be Braden Wright who slams it forward. Can they get another one here quickly? Mark is almost taken over there by Otten, who fights. And look at him, he's so strong. He's wrapped up, and the umpire says, give it to me.
Have you seen Max Otten's game, Besto?
Look, he's actually, apart from the first quarter, he's played really well. Get off my case.
Oh!
That's a goal. Well,
Callum Polar.
It was Callum Polar. Well, you're giving all a hard time about Max Otten. Callum Polar's probably kicked the goal of the day.
Oh
dear, oh dear.
Oh, yeah.
Thought it was Jaden Purden.
No, it is Callum Pollard. That I think I reckon that is the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. It's house leader at the moment because that is a terrific read.
So Callum Pollard with the goal of the day.
Nice.
The Tobin Brothers goal of the day, probably. He's certainly up there. So back in the middle. I'm not coming back next week. I get too much of a heart.
You're on fire. You're on fire.
Back in the middle as we prepare for the restart.
Braden Wright goes up. What did Ferntree Gully have left in the tank? They've kicked the past 2 goals. Can they catch Donvale napping? I don't think so. If Giles has anything to do with it, and he does, and the kick comes down here to Bowden, takes the mark. A little bit of a misstep there from the kick, but he's going to find Haig anyway. Good mark. So this to put a stop to the uprising that Ferntree Gully was just trying to muster there in the dying moments of the day. 19-point margin to be extended back to 25. If Haig is able to get his first on the board. Kick is on its way. And it's just missed. So 20-point margin now. Ferntree Gully have it all ahead of them.
So Ferntree Gully, is it too late for them? You'd think it probably is, but they're going to give it a crack, I'm sure, till the very end here. They trail by 20 points and they have to take the game on, and they do with this kick. It goes right down the middle of the ground. Speaking of right, he was there, but he couldn't take the mark. Now it spills out. It's in the hands there for a moment of, it's been picked up nicely over there by Jordovic. Now it's in the hands of one of the Donvale players. Gets the kick smothered. Ball bouncing around. Rouser goes after it, but can't quite get there. Now it's on the hands there of Polar. All a bit untidy. Wignall gets a handball off. And I think it's Higney who gives it away. And the mark taken back there by Harrison. He's played all right today too, as Brody, as he gives it off to a teammate who slams it forward, and they just have to do this now. Got to try and get it down the other end as quickly as possible. Got a handball off from Woods, but his target is missed. Now it's Haig. Haig decides to go back. Wignall gets the kick forward, and they should get him. No, in fact, it's a bit strong, the kick, and it's gone out of bounds over on the far side. Might even be on the full it is, and it's a free kick to Ferntree Gully. They chip it down the line. Good mark over there taken. So Shane Woolley. Come on, Shagger, get rid of it. So here he goes. Woolley, little chip forward. Oh, it's a good kick. And Braden Wright takes it at centre half forward, goes long into the goal square. Almost a mark, but it's fallen there, and it's going to be Max Otten again. who's been very good in the last 3 quarters. Dropped over there by Wally, and the ball's gone out of bounds for a throw.
You got to give Ferntree Gully their credit because it looked like at one stage it might floodgates might open and they might lose by 6 or 7, but being able to keep fighting. Righty's in some good form at the moment. The last 5 minutes.
Indeed. So Ferntree Gully lay a group tackle there on McCormick.
Well, they don't deserve to get blown away, do they? Because they have played really well for most of this game. So.
And McCormick looks like he's in a bit of trouble there. Nah, he's gotten up. He's good.
Please, you're not my doctor.
Oh dear. So another stoppage forced by Donvale. Braden Wright gets the tap away, tries to go a second one. Hay goes for it at ground level.
Sorry guys, 12 tackles to 9 in favour of Ferntree Gully in this last quarter.
Thank you, Paul. Ferntree Gully have applied the pressure well all day. Continue to do so, but this time it was Haig who just slipped through the grasp of Wright. And that's a holding the man free kick against Ferntree Gully. That's perhaps unlucky. And it's going to be Braden Bowden to load up inside forward 50. Who's the target? It was Duncan. Spoiled away from him. Ball hits ground level. Ferntree Gully dig their heels in as they have done throughout these past few minutes. The ball goes nowhere. 20-point margin still. We're well into time on. You'd say Donvale have got this sewn up just about. Ferntree Gully continue to fight on despite that. They get the kick outside forward 50. Intercept mark immediately taken by Carl Wignall though. Plays on quickly. And you have Murphy just on his own there at left half forward.
A couple of results around the grounds. Coldstream lead by 13 points over Oakley District in a bit of a last quarter comeback. They trailed by 14 points at 3/4 time. And Knox have thumped Sylvan 75-21. That game's still going, but that's a big win for the Knox Football Club.
Pretty excited about what Knox can do in this division. As Murphy lines up, he'll kick it from the paint again on the left. Oh, it's going to sail home. There it is. Final nail in the coffin. And Murphy gives it to his opponent there in Tom Ostrom. Pick on someone your own size, mate.
Well, he had to be contended, Josh, as one of the best players on the ground with 5 goals now.
Another bag of 5.
I was about to say, he just, that first quarter was quiet, but he's really starting to make an impact. I honestly reckon it's between him and Max Sodden for best on ground, which I'm sure pleases you, Besto, because they've both been the key pillars in the defensive end for on and in up forward for Murphy. So really good performances. Got a final score, I think, from Nutter Whiting. Scores to be 129, defeating the Lions 44.
So definitely those two would be in the mix. I've got someone else who will chuck in the mix a little bit later, but you'll just have to wait. As the umpire says, I'll have a secondary ball up. Up it goes. Haig just won the head out there ahead of Braden Wright, but it falls into the hands for a moment. There is Hegney, who's trying to pick it up on the ground, can't do so. It's all a bit untidy. Good work there by McCormick, in and under as they get it forward again. And mark not taken there. It should have been taken by Harrison. He might pay for that, and he comes back and makes the tackle. And I think he's got him high, has he? He has. So it's going to be a free kick to number 12 in Blaze Jordovic. So if he slots this will be his first goal in the EFNL because he's making his debut today.
Good rookie.
Yes, indeed. So trying to kick his first goal. Hasn't done a bad job in the game today. He's played all right in patches. So here he goes. Very deliberate run-up. Looks a bit like a chook as he's coming forward there. Swings around. The umpire says play on. He gets it on its way, but he's missed. Off to the left, his moment of glory has passed. And it goes through for a minor score. So
maybe it's for the best that his first goal in EFNL was not preceded by being called a chicken.
72-45 Bendigo back scoreboard.
So it's in the hands or on the foot of Woods there as he kicks it out towards the boundary line. We're on centre wing.
Well, it was sort of his run-up. He sort of did the leg thing like, had the chooks here anyway.
cross down.
Let's go down to BWS.
It almost looked like he was trying to stomp out the mud from under his stop. He was like doing a stomp on the way in. It was odd.
Yeah, so you
it
noticed
was
that
odd.
too. Yes, exactly.
I'm glad you two agree. So Braden Wright, he got the punch away. Oh, there it is. The siren's gone. Donvale have defeated Ferntree Gully once again. The Eagles couldn't get their revenge at their home ground for the grand final. Donvale 9-18-72 to Ferntree Gully 6-9-45. A brave effort by the Gully. It would have been hard to come back from the grand final and face up to this opponent, but they really did acquit themselves, and I think they're set up pretty well for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think both sides are, Josh. It was a great contest, and obviously Donvale, the stronger lineup, I guess. The more players from that grand final, obviously, in the lineup, and Ferntree Gully have got quite a few players under the age of 22 and a few players on debut. So I thought they competed really well for 3 and a bit quarters. Here and there they came out of the game, and I think that's just more to the experience of a Donvale lineup.
Yeah,
and probably the bigger bodies too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. There's so many more bigger bodies for Donvale compared to Ferntree Gully, but you got to credit the Eagles. They didn't die wondering. They sparked something towards time on, or near the start of time on. There could have potentially been a comeback on, but to Donvale's credit, they're premiers for a reason, and they showed that today. Probably their most comfortable win in recent history out here at Wally Tew Reserve, because Ferntree Gully, they know how to play this ground really well, obviously, because it is their home ground. But if it wasn't for a bit of inaccuracy as well, it could have been a bigger margin. But yeah, still a great contest overall.
Just a quick one, boys. Just running through the goal kickers before we get too further down the track. Nick Murphy's finished up with 5. He really got into the game after a quiet first term. Lyle got a couple, and then singles to Jordovic of the Caleb variety, and Rouser also got 1. And then we had for Ferntree Gully just a couple of multiple goal kickers. And Pola, who was playing his first game, I believe, or first game for a while, he's kicked 2. Calisperis got a couple, Woods got 1, and Church got 1. That was the goal kickers for today.
And we'll hopefully get a couple of interviews after the game, but while we're at it, we're just looking at some of the scores around the grounds. At 3/4 time, it looks like Waverley Blues are well and truly in control of that game against Mulgrave. They lead 78-43. Have we got a final score on that one?
I've got a final score from Fair Park up at Ferntree Gully, but we'll go down to Ben Warren Smith, who's got James Rouser alongside him.
Yeah, here with the skipper, mate. You must be pretty happy about that win. It was a hard-fought win in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't too pretty, but look, round 1, and to credit to Ferntree Gully, I think they came in with 8 new blokes and they showed what they can do, and they absolutely tested us. But look, it's nice to get the win, nice to get round 1 off on the board, and now it's just about building into next week and the rest of the season.
Well, 4 points is 4 points, and like you're going to be a little bit rusty in round 1. Let's face it. But how was the pre-season? Talk to us through that.
Look, pre-season was really strong. I mean, I said to the boys, it's the first time I've ever played a practice game with no new guys. So, their retention on the list is really important for us, and our ability to bring up the 19. So, it's been a really strong pre-season, and we're just ready to hit the ground running and just continue to move on. Nice little goal of yours in the last quarter. Nice celebration too, mate. Yeah, I don't mind a snag. So, no, it's good. I mean, it's all credit to the boys down there. I mean, Beefy put in an unbelievable effort. It was nice to see him get a ground ball and rolls reverse. So, it was nice to have that one. But, no, it was really good.
One down, plenty to go. All the best for the year, mate.
Thanks, guys. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you to Ben Warren Smith down there. I've got a final score from Fair Park Upper Gully, and it's the Kings that got their first win of the season. 78-68, I believe the final score is out there from at Fair Park Reserve. So a positive start for Ferntree Gully for life in Division 3.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one that I think both sides would have been really penciling in months in advance as a big way to start their season. So, look, they've been very confident in the pre-season about having a good year, and they've proved it so far. It's only round 1, but that's a big start and a big step forward for them. And this division is going to be really interesting. I think, no doubt, looking at today's game, Donvale, of course, everyone knows that they're going to be a big contender to win it again and go back-to-back. And Ferntree Gully, I don't think they've lost any admirers today. I thought they were pretty brave with the way they fought out the game. And even in that last quarter, they looked like at one stage it could be more of a 7 or 8 goal and it just might be a complete wipeout. But they were able to fight their way back and even make it a little bit interesting. But
do you think, I'm not saying this is the sole reason, but do you think if they hadn't had the injuries that they had, that it would have made... obviously would have made some difference, but would have been a big enough difference to maybe get them up for the win?
It's hard to know. Both sides had missed opportunities in front of goal as well.
Yeah.
And you look at Donvale's 9 goals, 18, and even in that first quarter where I think they kicked 1 goal 6 or 1 goal 7, probably could have been in front at quarter time, despite Ferntree Gully's pressure being really good. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. I think the result probably is fair. I think Donvale still at the moment are the benchmark, and I think the margin, that's 27 points. I think that's fair at the moment, and I think Ferntree Gully can cut into that as the season progresses. But we'll go down to the rooms because I think we've got the song.
Good old players.
Congratulations to the Donvale Football Club, running out winners 9-18-72 to Ferntree Gully 6-9-45. We're going to go to a quick ad break and then we'll be back with another interview and some scores around the grounds on this Saturday round 1 of EFNL football.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Wally Tew Reserve as we go through the process. Just wrapping up the game today, our first game of the season, our first broadcast game, and it's been a pretty interesting contest out here, but in the end, it's the defending premiers Donvale who have picked up the chocolates today, and rightly so as well, and they've won this one pretty comfortably, 72-45. Probably a score that, as we've talked about, that doesn't really tell the true story of the game. Of course, Ferntree Gully were in the game for so long, but in the end, the bigger bodies and probably a couple of untimely injuries as well just got the better of them. But certainly plenty for them boys to take forward going into the rest of the season.
Indeed. We've got to think about the who those injuries came to as well. It was Calasparis and it was Seaward as well.
Yeah, two very important players.
Yeah. Seaward in the middle, he provides a lot of pressure. He's not a high possession getter as far as I know, but his presence there is always is made known because he's a tough nut. And then Calasparis as well. He's sort of like their main kind of small forward target down in the forward line. And I think that probably played a role in the reason that Flannery was thrown there in the final quarter, which obviously beggared their defence a little bit.
Certainly right. Let's go
More
around the
scores.
grounds too, because there's a lot happening and we're trying to update with all the scores, and I believe Josh Ward has some around the grounds.
I've got one Division 1 final score. I think Bayswater only 4-5-29, North Ringwood 17-13, 115.
Ooh,
it won't surprise me if that scoreline changes, but still, if that's the result, it's a massive result. I think the game at Montrose Recreation Reserve is still, in fact, that is a full-time score. Montrose 22-16, 148 to Doncaster, 9-11, 65. Still no final score from Park Orchards against Moorbark and Beaconsfield against Wanturna South on Play HQ. That is heading into Division 2. We'll go down boundary side actually to Blake Munn.
Joined here by Max Otten. Max, it was a great contest. How did you see the game? Double mic.
It certainly was a great contest. The first half were a bit sloppy. We allowed them to get control of the ball, and I think they had about 34 uncontested marks in the first half. So we tightened that down. The pressure was really good from the mids in the second half, and we just took control. I think we kicked 9-18 again. So I think the last two times in the home away we kicked pretty poorly against them. We should have put them away, but it was a good second half by the boys. The backs did well, and just making sure that pressure was coming forward. And I think Nick Murph kicked a few in the last quarter there just to really seal it. So it's a really good work for the first round.
Yeah, certainly eased into the game. The pressure picked up after the first quarter. You were a bit better with your kicking as well, and the backs too had a good game from the first quarter onwards.
Yeah, I think my first kick, I turned it over and they kicked the goal straight away, so I'd no doubt would have been potted for that. But there's a few groans there. But look, it's first quarter's always a bit iffy. You train 6 months and you don't quite know what's going to happen in the first game, and sort of real high intensity game. So once we took control, we were able to ease in it, use the ball through the 450, and we got reward for effort in the end.
Do you think the weather helped you guys a little bit? Once the rain picked up, I thought you guys switched on.
Not necessarily. I think it's more. I think Colo gave us a good old bag at the half time and quarter time. Just our intent, our effort was pretty poor, and our ability just to, we were pretty lax on the turnover there. So they had uncontested marks and they controlled through there. So we just switched on. Took us a half to warm up and get into it. So hopefully, moving forward, it's not a sign for things to come. But yeah.
Any questions from upstairs?
Yeah, Max, if you re-watch the game, don't listen to the first quarter, because one of our lead commentator was trying to put you into retirement. But after quarter time, we thought you were fantastic and one of the most influential players on the ground. How important has been I think one difference between the two sides is the height difference and the bigger bodies, and was that a sort of a key factor in maybe the difference between the two sides, with obviously Nick down forward certainly became a big focal point in that second half?
Yeah, we sort of knew they lost a couple of really key on ballers from last year. I think McComb, D'Alessio, Salvador, a couple of their bigger bodied players left. So we knew they were young, going to be impressionable. If they got a real run on, they were going to have high. I think then they lost a couple. I think Salvador went off 39. I forgot what his name is. Harris went off with a rib injury and a couple of injuries, so able to maximise that. And, good. And
Max, how much are you enjoying it, Max, how much are you enjoying your time coming back to Donvale in the middle of last season? And the side is, I think since you've come back to the club, you haven't lost a single game yet.
Yeah, pretty lucky. I was fortunate enough to be able to play 100 games at Blackburn and really cherished that opportunity. And I think played 10 years up to high level. So now it's just all about bringing that experience and that knowledge back down to these guys and just being able to know what I know and teach that to them and just have fun with footy again. I'm on the back end of my career, and my grandpa was Opa was the first president here. My dad played 200 games, so there's a bit of family history behind this too. So to be able to come back, be able to be welcome, it was pretty special last year. And yeah, you're correct, I haven't lost a game yet, so fingers crossed it keeps going. Max,
it's Besto up here, mate, and I have to apologise to you. I did give you enormous amounts of stick for your first quarter, but I'm 100% apologetic. You had a fantastic game in the end.
That's all right. I expect nothing less. That's all good.
But please don't watch the first quarter back. You've come back to Donvale. They're such a great club. I mean, they've been through some hard times over the years, but you look at the names. We talked about this before the game. The players that seem to have been there forever, like your Liardis and your Haigs and your Wignalls. It's been a club that's been really. It's been sort of the same for such a long time, and do you think that's been part of the success?
Yeah, 100%. I think the continuity of the group has been fundamental. Fantastic leaders in Rouse, Jake McCormack, Kyle Wignall, those three, they've really stepped up from a very young age at 21, 22, and they've really put it on their shoulders to lead. And that that real big group coming through, and Ethan Duncan, Harry Giles, it's a real two big groups coming through. And it just makes it so much easier to play football when you've played together for 3, 4, 5 years. You know where each other's turning, you know where they're running. So, they've done a wonderful job so far. And they're still in the young, they're 25, 26, so they've still yet to hit the prime of their footy, which is scary for the likes of Rouse, who took the Triple Crown last year. So, it's a great place to be. Winning's always better, and it makes it better. So, but they've done, as I said, they've done a wonderful job. And so as a committee with John Giles and Pinners and the rest of them. So, to be able to come back and see the strength of the club and to be able to see the continuity and to be able to see everything else coming back was amazing.
G'day Max, it's Jared here. Tell me about Kevin Collins, because he's always struck me as a very sort of calm, soft-spoken individual. I'm very interested to know what his coaching style is like, especially when the pressure's on, I guess. Does he get a bit more animated with you guys than what we see in the media team?
He can. I think he's dulled it down the last couple of years. He's sort of changed the way he's coached. So, being a school teacher, he knows how to connect, knows how to teach, and knows how to instruct the guys, and he certainly knows how to motivate us. So, I think the beauty of him, he's been around footy for forever, and he's been able to change the way he coaches, to different styles. So, he's a real big motivator, he's a real big understanding of people, and as I said, he's a school teacher by trade. So, to be able to get to know the kids and understand and teach them how to play football, and just when it gets tough and tight, he trusts the likes of Rouse and McCormack, myself, Mill, and Murph and Dunk to be able to stand up and deliver. And he's got some real good key leaders out there to be able to follow on from his instructions too.
Max, congratulations on the win this afternoon. A fantastic game from yourself and the side. Donvale's flying at the moment, and all the best for the remainder of the season.
Thank you very much, gents, and I'll listen to the first quarter real intently.
Well done, nicely played. There you go. There's Max on there from the Donvale Football Club, and we did give him some good compliments after quarter time. We thought he was obviously one of their key players in why they did end up winning by the margin that they did.
Hindsight is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, well, that's why you never lay the boots into someone early on in a game.
The first quarter, no.
But no, he's been obviously a fantastic player, not just from Donvale, but the history with Blackburn. I think we got BWS here.
No, I was just going to say, I'm just bringing up Besto's straw.
Before we go to, I don't know if we've got another ad break or we're just writing it out to 5:13. But Josh, some around the ground scores. I think you had an interesting one just before from Coldstream and Oakley.
Yeah, so that's a final score there. Coldstream get the job done, 85-71. Some final scores coming in across the division. In fact, all final scores are in for Division 3. So Fair Park, 68 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 78, just repeating that score. And in Division 1 score, actually, just sidetracking a little bit. Park Orchard's 162 to Moorbark 77, so a big win there for the Sharks. Back to Division 3, Knox 101 to Sylvan 27, and Surrey Park 123 to Warrandyte 37 out there at Surrey Park. So some good starts for the new kids in Division 3. Division 2 got a final score from Mulgrave Reserve. Mulgrave 8-12-60 to Waverley Blues 11-16-82. So they continue to have the wood over the Waverley over the Mulgrave do the Waverley Blues. No other updates as of yet, but in fact do have a final score from out at East Burwood Reserve. East Burwood 39 to Croydon 91. I think it was 6 goals maybe in the final quarter for Croydon. It was 6 goals to no score, in fact, or 6 goals to 2 in the final quarter to Croydon. So a good start there for the Blues as well.
Yeah, Croydon will be on a mission this year. I think they were pretty stiff to get relegated, of course.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the reasons are all understandable behind the whole double relegation situation.
They're going to be a good side in Division 2.
Yeah.
Before we haven't actually awarded out the awards. So we've got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day, and the MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day. Let's start with the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, if we can quickly pick one. Did we think there was probably a couple from Ferntree Gully? The Lyle goal as well.
Lyle was good.
Off the ground. What are we thinking, gentlemen?
Callum Polar. That was he had an excellent goal in the last quarter. It was an important part of the game as well, which it always gets points from me. I would say Callum Polar for myself, but...
Yeah, I must admit I did like the pole. I had some other ones in mind, but when that Polar kicked that goal, I thought that was probably the best for me.
Any objections? Or
No, definitely none for me. That was a terrific goal from Polar. I think he gets my vote for goal of the day.
All right, our Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. We can do our 3-2-1s if we want to.
Yep.
Brett, we'll start with you.
Okay, 3 votes I gave to... I'll start at 1, sorry. 1 vote, and I would have liked to have given him more, but I've got a couple of other guys just marginally in front. Max Otten, I gave a vote. He was terrific in the last 3 quarters, really was. Nick Murphy, of course, he came into the game a little bit quiet in the first term, but finished up kicking the 5 goals, and he was a major difference. And I thought Kyle Hegney, for me, was absolutely outstanding today. I thought he was best on ground for mine, so I gave him the 3 votes.
Yeah, so I've got Hegney 3 votes as well. Braden Wright, I've given the 2. I think he put up a very brave performance. He was finding the right positions a lot of the time and put his body on the line consistently. And then I've given 1 to Murphy.
I've got similar. I'm actually going to give Wright 1. Murphy 2, and I thought Hegney was really good, especially in that first half, keeping the minutes. So I'll give him the 3. Josh?
I'll go Murphy with 1 vote. Hegney gets my 2 votes. I thought Max Otten was best on ground after that first quarter. He gets my 3 votes.
We've got BWS.
1 vote to Hegney today. I thought his first half was superlative, but I thought died off a little bit, but still a fantastic player all day. Apologies to Wignall. 2 votes to Nick Murphy, 5 goals, a couple of posters. At the end of the day, he was the difference, but I'll give 3 votes to Max Otten. I thought he was superb down back all day.
Blake, Martin, on the boundary.
I've given 3 votes to Hegney, 2 to Watton. I thought he came into the game after that first quarter, and 1 to Callis Barreras. I thought he was very good despite coming off early.
And Paul Uconi, your 3 votes?
My 3 votes. I'm going to give 1 vote to... Callis Barreras. I thought he played reasonably well. I'm going to give 2 votes to Ben Lyle and 3 votes to Nick Murphy.
There you go. So I'm just working out the math.
I think it's going to be Hegney.
That is Hegney. And so congratulations. He is the Eastland Sports Co. Player of the Day, a $50 Sports Co. voucher coming your way, Cole. And then finally the MEGT Rookie of the Day. Now, I'll go through the names that are eligible for this award. You have to be under 22, so 21 or under. For Donvale, the only players eligible, Caleb Jordovic, Tom Goldsmith, and Blaze Jordovic. As the Ferntree Gully, got a few here. Church, Ostrom, Harrison, Kaika, Polar, Brown, Christensen. Anyone off the page there strike you out as a contender?
I reckon Nathan Kaika. I thought he put up a really good fight in midfield. Callum Polar was also pretty good, kicked the 2 goals, but Kaika for me.
Yeah. I thought Jordan Church was really good as well.
So did I, yeah. I thought either Church or Kaika for me, it would be out of those 2.
Yeah, I would go with Kaika. I also want to make mention of Blaze Jordovic because I think he was really... he was really good, really composed. He didn't get too much of the ball, but whenever he was near it, he did something that was effective and clean and composed. But it has to be Kaika for me.
Can we come to agreement here?
Kiker
We've got a
it
few.
is.
Kiker? All right, there you go. So, good work there from Ethan Kiker, the MEGT Australia Rookie of the Day, the first one, a $50 Bunnings voucher coming your way. Hopefully you need it for something. Certainly it's a good pickup there for him. I think that's pretty much it, almost. We've got a couple minutes left. Any last scores around the grounds? I think we've gone through just about all of them.
Final score from home park, Beaconsfield 13-13, 91 to Wantirna South, 8-6-54. So running over the top of them in the second half. Of course, Mitcham South Belgrave currently taking place.
That's right. That's come up now, isn't it?
Mitcham, they're both locked at 8 apiece in the first quarter.
Brash is there.
Yes, he's updating the Twitter page apparently today, so we'll see how that goes. But a big game there. If you're still around the grounds and still want to head out and watch some more football, head out to Walker Park. That's the Division 1 Grand Final Rematch. We're going to start wrapping things up now. Brett Best and Jared Beanland calling today's action. Thank you again for a great game for most of it.
Thank you very much.
What do you mean for most of it?
Most of it, yeah. No, I think he's got Max Otten in his ear. Is that
Oh dear. Yeah.
You know he's going back to watch that straight away. Josh Ward in the specials as well, who's just got another result.
I've got a final score from Kilsyth and Chirnside Park. Kilsyth 1 point winners, 59 to 58. So I've got a.
That's what you want for a first round game between the two top contenders in Div 4.
It is. It was. Yeah.
Well, it was meant to be a night game. That's what I got told at first. So,
but my pleasure to be alongside you, Ryan, in the special comments chair, and it's great to have local footy back, isn't it?
Absolutely, Paul Uconi.
Thank you.
And the
Great
stats
to have
in
footy back.
Doing a fantastic job. Great to have BWS back.
Absolutely loved it. 3 unofficial votes go, though, to Blake Martin this afternoon on the boundary.
And there you go, Blake Martin on debut. How'd you go, mate?
Yeah, really good. Thank you guys for having me. It was awesome. Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. We'll certainly see a lot of you this year. That's it for us here at Wally Tew Reserve, the first Eastland match of the round. And it is Donvale, the reigning premiers, getting the 4 points. 9-18-72 to Ferntree Gully. 6-9-45. We've got another 20 more seconds. Thank you to Lee Green, Megan Green, Kate Green, and the whole crew out here. Big game here. Division 3 Grand Final Rematch. And Donvale winning by 27 points. Thanks for tuning in.